like 20 videos on YouTube, and 20 seconds later, I fixed the issue, and it was
what?
back
I
at
didn't.
again.
Let's be real honest here. So there are 3 levels of anything that sort of happens in Star Citizen at any given time. Every time a patch comes out, one is we've put a thing out there, it's working as intended, and that is either great, or we learn a lesson. Yeah. We learn a lesson, and it's like with master modes and whatever. It's like, okay, well, it changed things, and that's as it should be and whatnot. And I'm proud to say that I can honestly say that's what happens most of the time. Then there's the second scenario where we do a thing, we put it out, and it doesn't work the way it's supposed to because of a bug. There's some other competing system that it integrated into our work, and suddenly like it worked great on my build and here, and then it got into everything else in the PU, and it doesn't work right. Some underlying system is screwing up. There's some rare use case that is being used to exploit it, whatever. It's like, it's like, we wish it's like it kills us because this thing we just put out doesn't perform exactly the way that we wanted it to because of something that was out of our control at the moment.
Fire missiles.
And then there's the third one where sometimes we typed a 7 and we meant a 9.
Yeah.
And that goes out there and you're like, wait, why is that doing that? And it's like, oh no.
That was me.
Oh no.
Usually it's our fault.
Yeah,
this time.
Oh no.
But we have very tiny keyboards, so it's like we need just bigger ones.
You know, and it's one of those things like, sure, you might not hear an admission like that at EA or Activision or whatnot. I guarantee you it happens everywhere. But yeah, we're human. We're human, and sometimes we do those things. Those things happen more often than not. There's a number of times, like you just said, Mateo, where we're watching a streamer, or watching a YouTube, going like, that's not how that's supposed to go.
Yep.
Torpedoes.
Oh, no. I mean, we had a case of something similar just with with the 4.2 release, like the ground turbulence.
Oh, the ground turbulence
was meant to be in there for 6 months.
Not
didn't
bad
notice
so far.
that there was a bug in the noise generator. Well, it wasn't really a bug. It was just me not being careful enough, right? Where it basically did not work on live environments because the time difference is bigger, right? Because in our environment, in our dev environments, it's the time since we started the game. In the live environment, it's the time since 1970. So
yeah, the variable was too large in order.
Yeah, so the value was too large for the noise generator to actually give us a value.
Yeah,
it was working for us, and
it's great. Works on my machine.
Yeah, it works on my machine.
But this happens.
There are people out there who will take admissions like that and stories like that as some indicator of not being professional or not knowing what we're doing and whatever. And if you're choosing to take it that way, you know, God be with you. You can do whatever you want.
Translation, F off.
I prefer to always present our stuff as honest and as human, as like that. We make mistakes just like anybody else, and we have our share. So does everybody. I think maybe we're just a little more candid about it sometimes.
Yeah, but thanks for pointing out. Like for us, honestly, especially these days in DPU, we tend to keep up with. Or try to keep up with a lot of feedbacks and data, even from the community run tool as well, right? So. Guys keep, shouting and letting us know what is not working. And
thank you for bringing that up. It's not just the content creators and stuff. Issue council.
Yep.
Oh my God, can you imagine this project without issue council?
Honestly, like often I see people thinking that the issue council is not and what I mean by people, I mean outside of the company, is not a useful tool. Oh. But honestly, for us, like. Having issues with repro step videos and having directly a ticket in Jira, then I can act upon immediately, asking directors, labeling, can we fix this for this release and so on and so forth. It's super helpful. So keep up the quality of the IC report, guys, because that's gonna help a lot. I'll pass a lot. Yeah.
We've got 15 minutes left. I want to get to some more of these questions from the community here. This question's worded a little bit, but it's basically saying capital ships in atmosphere, WTF?
Ah.
like everybody's seen the terrible, everybody's seen that Polaris or that Idris. You're trying to do a line of mine, you're trying to do a Stormageddon or whatnot, and it's just capitals in atmosphere. Any hope?
That's quite of a ship of Polaris, by the way.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
This was basically the role model for the Polaris.
Okay, so I know what you want to say. Okay, so the vertical thing, right, where ships do this.
Right,
like,
forgotten hero.
nobody wants that, right? CR doesn't want that. Like he had a talk with me last week, right? But this is also something we probably will only fix with the new flight model. I don't want to say, oh, it's going to be fine in the future, but it is the plan for this, right? So right now, when you're in atmosphere, we have something called thruster efficiency curves, and the efficiency of your thrusters goes down by about 50% in the highest case. In the future, that efficiency will be much, much lower. So what you can expect that if you have a ship, let's say, give me a ship with the VTOLs, I don't know, Cutlass, right? Yeah, let's say Cutlass, yeah. So if you have the Cutlass, right, you can expect that when the Cutlass, I mean, the Cutlass is like a light transport, so we will not be as punishing probably. But let's say, does the Aegis have VTOLs?
Yes.
Aegis have VTOLs?
Yes, but I don't work in game. But
okay, cool.
They will do.
Okay,
Does the
fine.
Aegis have
so
VTOLs?
Let's say the Aegis is landed. Then you will get a message on the heads-up display that tells you what your thrust to weight ratio against gravity is, and if that ratio is below 1, you will not be able to take off. And this is then just taking account the mass of the ship, how much it is loaded on it. So if you have your cargo full of lead cubes, let's say that, right? Then it is possible that you will not be able to take off. So now
It's possible, not a guarantee.
it's not a it's
You can overload.
you can overload and then you will not be able to take off. I mean, you may try to boost, because boost gives you like a vertically, I think like something like 35% more thrust. You can put more power into your engine, so you get this natural resource network based buff in your engines, but you will have a hard time just hovering like this, right? And at the same time, because these are your strongest thrusters, but your retros are usually a lot weaker than the other thrusters. So if you do this, you will eventually just sink down. That's at least the plan, right? So you can expect that larger ships will be harder to fly and to land in atmosphere. We will try to give players helpers so that new players don't just like crash land this thing, right? But still, like there's still physics, and like the reason why the ships can hover at this moment is because they have so much thrust that they can. Because all they need to do is to be able to hover in 1G. Or let's say on Earth, right? When that is not guaranteed anymore, then you automatically have like a more realistic and harder situation there.
And that's coming tomorrow?
That's not coming tomorrow. I'm not gonna, Jared. No when question. No, but seriously, like we're really keen to put this over as fast as possible. But so the space flight model is done. The aerodynamic stuff is halfway done because the fly-by-wire is not completely done, and what we need on the control surfaces that's left is the ability of AI to use control surfaces. That's like a relatively complex project, but I'm confident that we can solve that in the next couple of weeks. And then there is the quantum experience. When all these things are done, and then it's the first time we can actually let players test this thing in a PU environment. But this is not for tomorrow, or also not for like...
Until then, can we just make it so that if you're in a Polaris or an Idris and you do this in atmosphere, you just instantly go to Gleischer?
I can, but then you're not gonna be able to slow down very fast anymore. Or like
no. I just teleport the pilot right to Gleischer. If they're doing this in atmosphere, just that would be what I do, and that's why I'm not a designer.
That's right, Jared. That's why you're not.
Jared Citizen.
Rich, you mentioned turrets earlier.
Yeah, turrets.
Are there any plans to make industrial ship turrets be a viable deterrent, or will they remain a mostly useless POS?
Slightly subjective question.
It's very subjective.
It's possible I'm adding my own spin to some of these things because I have feelings of my own.
Yep, so the whole point of those turrets is, the ships can't defend themselves with guns, so we've got turrets that, and we want the ships to be able to defend themselves with turrets. We are working on the kind of general turret experience and how kind of powerful the turrets are as well. And we made some changes. Was it last release? Yeah.
In general, like with the engineering
so we buffed them up.
We buffed the ammo, we buffed maybe some regenerates for specific ships as well. So
And that hasn't done fuck all.
There's this other thing, like the thing that's we're currently lacking is effective medium range weaponry. Right now, because a turret that fires projectile, just like it's just the
right, normal gun projectiles.
This is a gun projectile. The thing is like we cannot, or we don't want to twist like the projectile after we launched it, right? So what we need is like some medium range weaponry. We have a plan for this. Like we would like to try out flak at some point, but it's not ready for multiplayer yet. But it can range this it can be effective beyond the range where normal gun turrets are effective. I mean, I guess the question comes mostly from, I have this large ship and I'm getting shot at by fighters which keep their distance. But the other thing is like
reduce fighter
coming
distance.
to more like Torsten's work concerning like the armor system and so on. There's also the question of like if smaller ships will actually be a danger for larger ships, because we are going to have like penetration parameters on the bullets, and we're going to have armor and so on.
We're going to talk about this after he's done.
Weapons that people use at the moment to damage larger ships, they might not be able to damage them in the future. It's like if you have a pistol and shoot at a tank, the tank says, well, okay, right? So if the ships want to do actual damage on the ships, they probably need to get so close in the future that they can destroy precisely the subsystems. But that's like, this is a little bit outside of like...
then that, of course, provides more utility to some of these heavy fighters or stuff that are designed to take on the larger ships.
Yeah.
Stuff like, that, like the Ares, which
Exactly.
Do you guys want the answer to that?
We are.
Fighters are going to
see if we
be
can
extremely
do at least
effective
one more,
as time
so
goes
I'm
on.
limiting you
to 1 second.
90 seconds.
I should not babble.
Answer, sir, because I want to hit more of these things before we go. He's got an airplane he's got to catch.
Yeah, sure.
Weather is in 4.2 for or the next iteration of it. Weather affecting ship's ability to fly?
Yes, it's in there. You can try it. Larger ship in general should be less affected by weather effects, and smaller ship clearly more. And yeah, you can try that. The effects already that Yogi and Ethan have been trying to smash through and testing and trying already.
Not yet, Bray.
Fly into clouds, have fun.
Yep, have fun in clouds. Yep, big fun.
And of course, that's this next iteration of it. It'll continue to evolve as more weather conditions.
Yes, yes, especially also with when we're going to update the atmospheric system as well. Clearly, we're going to have to adapt everything.
Okay. Recent changes to missiles and torpedoes.
Yeah.
Are you happy with how it's still in PTU right now? Hasn't gone to live yet.
Yes. So for the targeting system, we are quite happy. It hasn't been easy to kind of try to find a sweet spot for the targeting params of missiles specifically. Also with torpedoes, the safety improvements to avoid certain unwanted behavior, like them firing torpedoes close to capital ships, are in place. And we are looking forward to players testing them and stress testing them as well. But in general, we are quite happy. Yeah.
What about the thing where they fire the missile or torpedo, but they keep moving forward?
Yes.
And the
Yes.
distance.
Yeah. So basically, how it's currently working, it's the safety distance is calculated between the torpedoes that you launch and your ship itself. So if your ship is moving and the torpedo is moving, and you're not 1.5 kilometers away from the torpedo won't detonate. But however, this is not the intended final direction that we want. We have already spoke with all these peeps and PAT and Team Johnny as well.
They put that in as a stopgap to do it as quick as possible, because they didn't like people taking down Idris's.
Yeah, because that's the big
exactly.
change.
They gotta sell
right
Idris's.
now because of this.
So it's important to say
Funny
that
how fast they fixed
we
that one, eh,
wanted
boys?
to try this stuff first, because that was basically the parameter that we had in place actually since a lot of time, in order to see how the gameplay dynamics are looking. And now that we know that this is kind of the direction that we want to dive into, we can further work.
So right now, if you follow your torpedo missile, and you're too close, it'll just never arm, and that sucks. You want it to start that distance timer to start from the moment you launch it, and then if you choose to get too close to it when it explodes, that's on you, pilot. That's where we're going. Okay, good. Ground vehicles. Why do they suck?
Wow, it's very subjective again.
No, it's not.
So we have, obviously made a big kind of change to ground vehicles. So we changed the fundamental physics of the ground vehicles. But that still doesn't mean they're finished. They are still subject to the same kind of physics as the rest of the game. And we do know that, the general collisions don't feel very good. And we do want to improve that. But also we want to give more purpose to the ground vehicles as well. And that just isn't the ground vehicle itself, it's the guns or it's the torpedoes on the ground vehicle. So it's about improving those systems as well, so players have more of a reason to choose them, especially as we have more environments in the game that, there may limit where ships can go, there may limit where ground vehicles can go, and also you may want to use ground vehicles to defend a certain area. So if you've got a ballista, you can have ballistas and it protects an area, but that isn't just making that ground vehicle physically good. It's the systems on it, it's the torpedoes and and how that those kind of systems generate the gameplay we want.
That's why already we try to bespokely tune the ballista torpedoes and missiles to kind of fit more into the anti-air role, as well as the Centurion turret, by the way. Now the turret has gimbals as well, so it's more ranges, has more ammo, to try to enhance the
translation. We're taking the aim skill out of the game by adding gimbals, because people are having too much trouble hitting their targets.
Throttle control or something on ground vehicles? Is it still just a press and you go to your top speed? Can we?
I think it's somewhere in some to-do list, but it's compared to other things, it's relatively low.
Being able to fine-tune that control and whatnot.
Yeah, but this is like in the it is somewhere as a ticket. I think in my list even, I don't know. But it's like compared to other things, like really low priority. So I wouldn't wait for it for now.
All right,
Detox is going to be so mad.
That's it. That's our time. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for tuning in to Starson Live, Vehicle Flight and Balance. Yogi, Mattia, and Rich, as always, thank you for taking the time out of your Thursday to come. Yogi, you literally have a flight. You have a taxi waiting to take you to the airport and go. Thank you.
What's the time now?
You've got 3 minutes.
See,
I'm doing my wrap up, but trying to convince him to do a show. It's like, I've got to leave for an airport. I'm like, I promise I'll make it in time. Thank you for taking the time. Thank you for talking so in depth about the flight model stuff. Just judging from the Twitch chat, I think a lot of folks are anticipating those things. For folks in the various marketing stuff, yes, Alien Week does launch today. That should launch in roughly 2-ish minutes. Those people are doing that. That's the Alien Week promotion where all those alien ships come back, and the new Asperia Prowler utility, which will have a BTS episode that goes live on YouTube in just a minute, and you get to learn all about that. And yes, Virginia, it's true. It's more accessible, and it's not nearly as wallet prohibitive as the original Prowler. Also, lots of improvements to the original Prowler. You want to check out the Q&A for the Prowler utility, and we go through a bunch of the improvements we've made to the Prowler along with this work. So check that stuff out. For SCL, I'm Jared. That's been Rich. It's been Yogi. That's been Mattia. Thank you so much for hanging out with us this week, and we'll see you in 2 weeks. No show next week. Bye, everybody.
Ciao, ciao.
Can I back this up and go back to the? Can I rewind it a bit? Can I rewind it? No, I guess I can't. Okay, so for some of you guys who've been watching, a lot of information on this one. Normally, I don't do these kind of salty mic, sit down and assess what's going on. But since, for me, such a big part of what I do is education, the new flight model is obviously a big deal, a very, very big deal. So we are going to explain what exactly was talked about today, and we're going to break it down, and I'm going to explain exactly what they mean by some of these things that they talked about, and I'm going to draw it out for you guys so that there's no confusion. Let's see here. Is that the full recording here? Yeah. So let's see here. All right, so
sit down with our developers and model.
Flight model is basically the thing that makes the ship fly the way it flies. So,
so we're going to go through, and then when they say or make a point, I'm going to draw it out and explain it so that you guys have visual representation of what's going on, and give my opinion as to how right or how wrong they're talking about stuff.
Sometimes so broken, but yeah, stuff like that.
Okay. Rich.
Yeah, so I'm basically Richard, and I'm the lead game designer on the vehicle experience team. So I'm kind of responsible, Yogi, for the overall flight experience, turrets.
You're the one. This man.
Just the way the general gameplay works with vehicles.
This man brought us master modes.
I noticed you hid your last name so people can't send you letters.
Yeah.
This is Rich Tyra sitting here.
Right, I'm going to start making loads of decisions now.
And last but certainly not least, first timer for SCL, Matea.
Hey yo, I'm Mattia. I'm a game designer 3, working with Richard on everything flight.
Never seen this
spaceship
gentleman
balance
before.
related.
Although,
Mostly for
I like his shirt.
Star Citizen these days, and yeah, that's what we do.
All right. So as we want to do on Star Citizen Live, we put a thread up on Spectrum where this one, so I'm talking to people, we put a thread up on Spectrum and collected questions from you, the Star Citizen community. Our lovely folks here went through your questions and pulled a collection of them that they felt they could answer best during the course of today's show.
The non-hard questions.
So if you've submitted your question,
Translation, the ones that marketing said they could answer.
you're like, well, why aren't they talking about this and why aren't they talking about that? Usually what that means is either we don't have the particular guest that's on to talk about that, because we certainly wouldn't want Yogi talking about stuff he's not involved in, or Matei or Rich, or that's a feature aspect that is not currently in development. The other big kind of misperception in games is that you work on all the things all at the same time. We don't. So the questions that we're going to talk about today are primarily the things that are currently in active development and that relate to the work of these 3 individuals. So right off the bat, we'll just jump right in. Yo, Jared, looking healthy as... Oh, thank you, Boomish.
True.
Thought it was my mom at first. What is the intended purpose for heavy fighters? Right now, they have a turn rate very similar to ships like the Connie and Corsair, but they lack the shields and firepower of those. What's up?
Yeah, what is up, guys?
This is a
Straight to
question
you.
for me, yes. We have been playing with heavy fighter tuning since 3.23, basically the master mode release, and our idea about the heavy fighter role hasn't changed much throughout the time. So basically, what we think an heavy fighter is basically heavier fighter that has lower maneuverability compared to light fighters, but increased durability and increased firepower. That's as simple as that, right? Currently, we have retuned the entire heavy fighter class that includes ships like the F8, the New Guardian, the other Guardians, and so on and so forth, to fit a better spot. And in our opinion, the spot that now the heavy fighters actually cover, it's quite fine. We do notice that the heavy fighter class is slightly underperforming right now, though, but we think it's related more to the
Slightly underperforming.
relationship in between cross-class
Oh, God help me.
classes rather than the heavy fighters tuning per se. So stuff, for example, like how the heavy fighter is dealing against like a medium fighter, for example, or a ship of a bigger size, like for example a Constellation, or stuff like that. So we would like to dive more into the tuning for other classes first before assessing the the overall heavy fighter tuning, and if that need to be addressed once again. So currently this is the state of the heavy fighter class in general, but we have some even more updates or like more ideas for the
More updates.
updated model.
So the current ratio on where the fighters sit doesn't necessarily need to stay this way. We have the updated flight model coming, and we're using that to basically, I wouldn't say reset, but reevaluate especially the relationships between the fighters. For example, in our perspective at the moment, with the with the updated flight model, the heavy fighters, they just feel a little bit too tanky because they're still fighters, right? So we're currently evaluating whether or not we should make them more vulnerable, because if you compare some numbers from, for example, like at the moment with the with the updated flight model, the heavy fighters, they just feel a little bit too tanky because they're still fighters, right? So we're currently evaluating whether
That is not true.
or not we should make them more vulnerable, because if you compare some numbers from, for example, like Gladius versus a F8, we're looking at like a 5 times health.
Oh, here we go with numbers again. So, and I mean this with no disrespect, but the health pool of a Vanguard is much higher than a light fighter. But the problem we have in the current build of the game, and the previous build of the game, and the previous build of the game, and the previous build of the game, is that heavy fighters cannot avoid fire. And so if you are unable to avoid fire, you take full damage, which in turn gets you killed significantly faster than a light medium fighter, to the point where the time to kill is measured in less than a minute for most heavy fighters, and the time to kill for lights fighters is anywhere up to, oh, I don't know, 30 minutes to an hour if you can't hit the guy. So the idea that they're too tanky is so far disconnected from the reality. I don't know what to say. Maybe this is the case for newer players that are brand new to the game, but for anybody else that has basic competence or the higher level players, it is so far from the truth, it's not even funny.
Health, that is like quite a lot for a fighter class, so we're evaluating or reevaluate that once the new flight.
Heavy fighters need to have the ability to avoid fire. And the only way for them to do that is to be able to somehow disengage from lights and medium fighters. If you create a fighter that is much larger and much heavier, and that does not have the ability to disengage from a situation, to recharge its shields, or to reset the fight in any way, the heavy fighter will always be victim to getting wolf-packed or just losing the duel because it's got a low turn rate. The heavy fighter has nothing other than tankiness and DPS. And in a movement-based system like a dogfighting system where ships are fighting for position and they're avoiding each other, heavy fighters are the epitome of everything that you don't want to design in a fighter. Okay? So if I was CIG, because again, I can complain about it, but I'm going to give you a solution. My solution to heavy fighters has always been, and I'm trying to explain this to Sig, so this is the 5th time now in the last 5 years that I've brought this up. Heavy fighters need to be able to disengage from light fighters. Only way to do that is to keep their turn rates lower, but their main thrust and acceleration higher than the lights around them. So a Hurricane should be able to main thrust, push away from a light fighter gang, whereas something like a Vanguard, same thing, right? So you have a Vanguard, half of the ship is engine. Literally half of the ship is massive engines, and you're telling me that that thing can't push forward? You're not getting into turn fights because the Vanguard doesn't have the turn rate to do it, neither does the Hurricane. And you're not going to be able to sit there and just trade all day because eventually you're just going to run out of health points. So the only chance a heavy fighter has, and which we saw a little bit of in the previous flight model because the top speeds of the Hurricanes were high enough and the acceleration was high enough that it could actually create extensions. The Hurricane in the previous flight model was actually viable, but in master modes, because everything has been condensed down so that it's easier for the general masses to experience cinematic combat, what you've done is you've made the problem of the heavy fighters magnified to the 10th degree. And then to say that they're not, like they're too tanky is just, I don't know where that comes from, but that is so far from the truth. But if you want to fix heavy fighters, you got to give heavy fighters more main thrust than all of their other counterparts. They don't have to win turn fights. They don't have to be able to have super responsiveness. That's fine. The heavy fighter should be a zoom and boom type ship. Just like how the interceptors play in the current master modes, they need to be able to dive in, apply their damage, and bring their energy out of the fight while light fighters try to get on them, and their turret spins to 6 o'clock to push them away as they leave the fight, and they reset the fight, come back in, get their shields back, that kind of stuff. That's the only way you're going to make heavy fighters viable. If you don't do that, you're going to have to make the physical size of heavy fighters pretty much the size of a light fighter because you're not going to be able, like you just won't be able to make that work. It's just not going to happen.
flight model, or the updated flight model is coming online.
And when you say evaluate, that means you're still making your decisions.
Yeah, sure.
about stuff.
Nothing is ever set in stone when it comes to that. Yeah.
You're asking the question whether that 5 times is right. You're not sitting here saying today 5 times is wrong.
No.
We're still looking at that. And Mattia, you make a good point about how you don't just, in order to tune the heavy fighters or any fighter class or any ship class, it's not just the work on that ship. You then have to make a pass on everything else. It's this constant kind of thing where you go through every class and then you go back through and you go through every class, then you go back through every class and you just refine the entire field of ships over and over again. And that's where you're going to find out whether 5 times is right, maybe 5 times is right, and then things like the Connie and Cutlass need to go up to 6 or 7 or whatever. It's one of those things you're going to find it through multiple passes, which is what you guys have been doing for some time now, for being candid about it.
I mean, we can never like really set it to a fixed thing. Like we can plan as much as we want, but whether our plans survive then reality is a different question. Also, like sometimes other things coming, for example, the upcoming armor system and so on, that will also change these dynamics and might just require some other adjustments somewhere else.
I imagine your thoughts on these things actually change over time too. Like, how many years have you been here now, Yogi?
Eight?
Yeah, it's close to me. I'm on 11, and I'm like, I can't remember a time when you weren't here.
I joined 2017, but gameplay since 2019, I think. Yeah.
So, I'm certain the way you thought about some of these things in 2017 is not the same as you thought of them in 2020. It's not the same you thought. I'm sure there are some things that are still the same.
Well, yeah,
but
I think details change over time a bit, right? Because sometimes you just prove that A or B doesn't really work. For example, also the idea to have a perfectly balanced game is a bit. This can be. Sure, we can go for this, but it doesn't necessarily need to be that because the relationships of players playing, they're so complex to grasp. The hardest case we have in our combat design is same skill, same pilot, same skill, same ship. To get a fight going in a 1v1 scenario without any other external factors. This is like, when you get this one right, then you probably have something that you can really work with.
Look, I'm not trying to be Mr. Negative, but they literally had that. You had it. And then you just said, oh, we could work with that. And what did CIG do? They took it, they packaged it up, they put a little bow tie on it, and they threw it out the window. That's what they did.
But it's hard to actually get to that thing because even if you have two really good pro players fighting against each other, it's hard to tell which one of these is better. I mean, you can maybe on kill times or so, but there's so many factors, and that's something.
I'm sorry, I'm being a bit of a piece of garbage right now.
Hard to grab.
I'm not trying to be a prick. It's just so much of this is just wrong.
So I'm not entirely sure that we need a completely balanced game because ships are different. Like people are different, real-world airplanes are different, have pros and cons and so on. But you can never really balance them out completely, right? So we'll see.
Well, you've just given people their first Reddit thread. We start CIG developers. I'm not sure.
Also, at Treaties, we've already watched the live. Now we're going through it and reacting to it and trying to pick out moments. So, cool your jets, my friend.
We need a completely balanced game.
Okay, so hang on. What we're still aiming for is like we try to avoid a meta game, right? This is like something we're still trying. It will be incredibly hard, but if we have a game at some point where like almost all ship types have a purpose, where it makes sense, also like maybe in the value that you bought that ship for.
I'm sorry, I have to talk about this. Try to avoid a meta game. So. That is an impossible task because there will always be a perceived meta, even if there isn't a meta, which will create a meta, right? So, how do I say it this way? Meta stands for most effective tool available, right? A lot of people don't know that, right? And what this is saying is they say, I don't want to make a meta, and then they go right ahead and say, we want to put ships in roles so that they're good for their exact things. So what they're really saying is, we don't want a meta, so we're just going to make metas for all these different other little things. So there's metas within metas, which is like turbo metas. Like now you have turbo metas everywhere you go. And so I just sometimes when they say stuff like this, it makes me so frustrated because it just feels like there's some kind of disconnect going on. You know what I mean? And it's just not, something's not connecting here because they're talking about design and they're talking about they don't want a meta, and then they go ahead and make a game that literally promotes metas, and then they say, well, we don't want to balance the game. Everything's going to be in different levels. Like an Aurora is not going to be balanced against a Mark II Hornet, blah, blah, blah. Well, I mean, yeah, it's like the right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing.
The in-game shop or something like that.
And I can't tell whether that is someone on the management team or a game designer, or I don't know whose choice or decision it is, but they say they don't want to make a meta game, but they are literally designing the most meta type game that you could build.
Then we're probably...
And then they're sticking these meta things behind paywalls like Blades, which is a totally different topic that I will surely have an aneurysm talking about.
In a good place.
Yeah, and it's one of those things. It's some ships are meant to be. There's progression in mind. It's not every ship is supposed to be equal. Some ships you're supposed to progress through. Yeah. You know, a Gladius is where the light fighter journey starts. It's not where your light fighter journey is supposed to end.
Sure. And
stuff like that. So you have to. So just by the very concept of progression, not all ships can be balanced, nor should they. They're supposed to be you start here and you move here and you move here. Now, that has changed quite a bit over the years, and it will continue to change as the game continues to develop. There was one more thing I wanted to follow up on and stuff, and I lost it. Because there was a guy in the Twitch chat who was like, "Syracuse's a joke," and whatever, and I was just like, I'm like.
Yeah, those kinds of people that are just highly negative all the time, guys, please don't bring it into this chat. Please don't bring it into this community. I like to bag on CIG, but I genuinely love them and I love the game. We're trying to actually solve these problems, not just sit here and wank off about how we hate CIG. If that's your vibe, there are other streamers for you. But like, we are here to solve problems and to do it in a way that's going to actually get that done. So if you're one of those folks that's just highly negative all the time, like, just either don't say nothing and just chill out, drink your beer, say they took her gerbs, but just thanks
for watching. Let's just move on to the next question, and if I remember it, I'll come back. What happened with the new quantum travel experience that we saw at CitizenCon 2953, so 2 years ago?
Okay, so at
that's the one where I was doing the tournament live.
this point, the quantum experience that you saw there was exactly how it was at that time in Squadron 42. That design since then has changed a bit. Also with the requirements of the other flight model changes that we're currently doing. So in general, there's three parts to the new flight model. It's like the quantum experience, the updated space flight model, and the control surfaces. And all of these got changed and expanded based on the requirements that we saw. And right now, what we back then described as quantum boosting is basically has changed a little bit. So quantum boosting will be used for like the slow speed range that you used to do nav mode with, right? So if you want to go there's basically three speed ranges that you need in Star Citizen. One is to go from, let's say, one POI to another, or between planets or something like this, like where we're talking millions of kilometers, right? Then you need the range in which you're navigating within these spaces. So let's say going from, let's say you have a bubble of like 300 kilometers or so in size. You need to navigate in between there, but you don't want to fly with your SCM speeds, right? So for that, quantum boosting will be used.
So Atreides, you have to understand, there's a lot of people in the SC community that are very fired up and very angry and depressed and frustrated with the direction that the game went post master modes. A lot of people stopped playing. A lot of people quit. A lot of orgs fell apart because they didn't want to play anymore. And so there's a lot of resentment and frustration built up in the community over these last year and a half. And, you know, talking about flight model, all that stuff, it brings people out of the woodwork because we all want to know if the game is going to start moving in a better direction, right? So you're going to see a lot of negativity. But like I said before, it's like, you know, people just need to calibrate their negativity is the best way I can put it, right? We are here to solve the problems, not make them worse, right? I have lots of different points of view and ideas that could help a lot with solving these flight model issues. But also, sometimes you have to tell the truth. Not sometimes, you always have to tell the truth. But a lot of times I hear CIG talking about this stuff, and like I said, it's just not the case. And like I said, I don't know where it's coming from. I don't know if it's marketing. I don't know if it's management. It's not my business. I don't care. But when they say we're not trying to make a meta game, for example, and they're making a meta game, then I'm going to be the one to say that and let the chips fall where they are, right?
Used. And then there's the normal SCM speed region. So basically the thruster-based flying, which will still be limited to, I don't know, maybe 300 meters per second or so.
Yeah, Atreides, and that is genuinely a good thing. Like, I really want people to learn how to play the game, because if they're not going to learn how to play the game, whether you're an industrial player or whatever, you know, it's just the game's better for everyone when they learn how to play it, you know? So whether you're industrial, you should still know how to fight. You should still know what ships to use. You should still know why they're winning. You know, you should still know what guns to put on to give you the best chance to survive. And all these things are just going to make your experience better for everybody, right? So I really try to reach out to as many people as I can and try to get them interested in PvP and understanding the mechanics and all the stuff going on, because they can also now make better feedback so CIG can get us a better model.
No, Caveman Crafty in the Twitch chat says, in other words, that quantum video was marketing fluff.
No, it was not.
No.
No.
It was definitely real.
No. Literally just said it's exactly how it was in Squadron at the time it was recorded.
Yeah.
That's how it was.
It was all real. It was real gameplay. You can actually see that it was real gameplay because on stage, our left stick broke, and you can see that in the video because the velocity meter on the left side is constantly twitching because the stick broke. It was all real.
You try.
It was real.
Here's a fun question. The F8. Will the F8 ever once more become a mobility monster, like it was built in Squadron 42 Prologue? As of the current moment, it feels like a flying brick, and with all the agility of one. Rich, what the hell are you doing to my baby? That's what it says.
Yeah, Rich.
Is that what it says?
That's what it says.
Oh, no.
I'm just reading.
I got to see, especially added the last little part.
Yep. So it's about providing a tuning that fits the archetype of that ship, and you know, and that's something we're always working towards, is giving the ship the archetype, and it's, you know, and I said it's always work in progress. And that ship in particular it's got loads of guns, it's got loads of thrusters. You know, and as you say, not all ships have to fit the perfect progression of balance, and that's, you know, in that sense, you know, so we're definitely looking at what the ship should be with a new flight model as well. You know, there's going to be...
So they don't even know. They don't even know what it's supposed to be. This is the frustrating part. It's like, again, I'm not trying to be negative, but it's like, you know, let's see what he has to say.
some more changes there. Because a big thing with the new flight model is we're going to have far more tools at our disposal to make ships different. Whereas at the moment, we've got tools.
Okay, I see what's going on. So it sounds like they're trying to make the flight model less restrictive, which is good, right? And allow players to tune all that stuff. And then when some ships break out of the mold and start running away with a meta, they start bringing it back in. So they're going to just shotgun approach this and let the players basically find the metas by beating the crap out of each other. And then they're going to try to tune everything down as things go on, which is not a terrible idea. But this is what I was saying before. Like, if you want to make heavy fighters the ships that they're meant to be, essentially you have to make heavy fighters, able to disengage against light fighters. So they need to have higher top speeds. So you need to give heavy fighters immense amounts of thrust. You don't have to give them tons of great turn rate and have them super responsive, all that stuff. That's all light fighters, right? Light fighters want to get close to you and spin around you, and so you can't hit them. But the heavy fighters should be, in my opinion, they should be the high energy, gliding in at high speed, using a lot of main thrust, exactly like how interceptors kind of play now. To me, that just makes sense, you know?
But we're quite limited in that context of providing ships that are quick but are sluggish at the same time. So we kind of, we're kind of in a box with the current balance a little bit in that regard. But with the new flight model,
and that's because of master modes. That is something that we told you guys. See, this is why I get negative sometimes, right? I'm glad they figured it out. I'm not being negative.
got more
I'm glad they figured it out.
tools to give.
But we fucking told you.
Is maybe a ship that can be really quick, but it actually takes a little bit longer to get there. You know, or the acceleration is a little bit slower, but it can move faster.
I do want to. You want anything you want to add, Mateo?
So we do know that at the current state, the overall heavy fighter angular velocity has got decreased a little bit, but we think it's for the better. And once again, we think the feeling and the perception that we see on the player side these days is mostly related to, once again, the relation between those ship classes, right? And in our opinion, once again, what we want to reach is like a balanced and intended gameplay experience for the ship per se, right? So having a super OP, mega powerful ship, can be cool the first time that you have it, right? But after a while, when it becomes the meta and it becomes the forced choice, game design-wise and gameplay-wise, I don't think this is a good direction or either a fun direction. So what we want,
Yeah, it's not healthy.
Now, of course, you're going to say that, and Twitch is about to fill up with people saying, "But what about this ship? And what about that ship? And what about that ship that are currently OP and stuff like that?" And the answer is, we'll get there.
Yeah, and that's a big thing about the balance is it's a continuous thing. It's moving. It's evolving all the time, and we can't tune 200 ships all in one go when we figure something out. So it has to come in steps, which is why we've done pass on the medium. It's why we've done the pass on the heavies. And then and that'll keep evolving, but we have to do it in pieces because we just, we can't move 200 ships at the same time.
And also, it's more important for us to kind of move those.
Actually, you can. And here's how you do it, right? It's really not that hard. Let me show you how you can do a baseline. So if you were to imagine, this is ship number A, okay? This is ship number B, and this is ship number 3, okay? One is the Vanguard, for example, right? So this is the Vanguard. This is the Hornet. And this would be, let's say, the Arrow, right? Now, if the Arrow moves, let's see here. The Arrow moves this much distance in 1 second. And the Hornet moves the same distance with the same G's in 1 second. And the Vanguard moves the same distance in 1 second. Okay. The deflection right here, is that enough if the Vanguard is in the center here? So I can move the Arrow at, let's say, 500 meters, about a full 2 ship lengths per second. If I have the same 5 Gs, I can move a Hornet 3/4 of its physical size in 1 second. If I use a Vanguard and I move, I don't know, 10 Gs in 1 second, and I can only move about a fifth of the actual physical frame from one spot to the next, then what you have to do is you have to increase the acceleration on the larger vessel. Okay? You have to slightly increase the acceleration on the Hornet. And you have to decrease the acceleration on the light fighter, okay? And then you tune the top speeds, because the top speeds dictate who can engage what at what time, okay? All you have to do is multiply the size of the ship by the acceleration, and that's your algorithm. That's all you have to do, right? So Hornet, so this Arrow might be sitting at like, I don't know, 5 lateral Gs from its bottom strafe. Hornet might be sitting at 6. Vanguard will be sitting at like 11, right? Because the Vanguard needs that extra acceleration to be able to genuinely move its ass from position to position. But here's the thing. You don't have to give the Vanguard tons of lateral strafe. You give the Vanguard tons of main strafe and tons of bottom strafe, so it flies like an airplane, like how you would expect an interceptor. And you give the Hornet 10 Gs on its laterals, 10 Gs on its strafes, and mostly its Gs on its mains. And then you give the Arrow pretty much almost symmetrical strafes on every direction, but a little bit more on its mains. So light fighters are much more maneuverable from any direction at any angle, but they have slightly less top speed than a Vanguard, because if the light fighter isn't able to capitalize on its position for the amount of time it has on target, then the larger vessel has the ability to slowly get out of the spot and come back around for another pass, right? This promotes 2 things. One, it allows heavy fighters to have a chance in the larger scheme of things. And if you have another ship that's about this big, another ship that's about this big, then you just do the how many G's is it necessary? Like, do I have to have in 1 second to be able to move the physical profile of my ship from one frame to the next? That's all it is. It's a size of ship to acceleration metric. That's all it is. So you take any ship in the game, you multiply the size of the ship by the G's it needs to create enough deflection to move itself a whole ship length in 1 second, and then you put those G's on the ship. That's it. And you tune heavy fighters as an archetype, you tune lights and mediums as an archetype, and boom, you've got your game. That's all it is. Star Citizen has always been balls in space, okay? Whatever ball in space we have, it might be shaped like a triangle, it might be shaped like a weird octagon, one might be shaped like a giant throbbing thing, one might be shaped like an oval, one might be shaped like this with cool little things popping out the side, whatever the case may be. It's a ball in space, and it's moving in any direction it wants, points its nose wherever it wants. That's all it is, right? So the idea that they come up with, we're like, oh, 200 ships, it's so hard. It's really not. It's really not. This has been the metric for space games since 1980, you know, since Asteroids. So to me, it's like, that is an excuse. It is an excuse that CIG is giving us. So whether they don't understand this, or they're unwilling to understand it, or they're just not wanting to test this for whatever reason, I will never understand, right? But I mean, to me, it's so simple, because as an active pilot that flies Star Citizen constantly, you know, once you start to see these things, it just makes so much more sense. You're like, oh, that makes sense, right? Again, you can have high top speeds on light fighters so that they can catch the constellations of the world, but the Connie should have tons of main thrust. There's no reason a constellation shouldn't have some huge main thrust. I mean, you've got 4 engines. Half of the ship is an engine. Literally half of the Connie is giant engines, and you're telling me that thing can barely move its ass? Come on. You know, you don't got to give it tons of thrusters on every side of it, but you got to give it some huge main thrust. Why can't we have some like the Expanse type gameplay with these bigger ships, so that if I want to slow down really quickly, I flip and burn the other way and use my main thrusters like we did in the previous model? To me, it just makes sense. You know, it feels good. It adds skill. It allows people to express different things about their ships. But to me, this would take me an afternoon to get all the numbers for all the ships and send it to CIG. It would take me 1 afternoon. You multiply the size of the ship with how much G's they need to move an entire ship's length in 1 second at about, let's say, 650 meters, which is the optimal range for gunplay, right? So you do it at 600 meters for all ships, and you tune and tune and tune, right? And then once you get to size 3 ships and above, then you don't got to worry about adding tons of main, like side thrust or any of that stuff, right? You've got to give them tons of main thrust. That's what you need. And you got to make it so that fighters, little tiny ships that fly around and try to peck at them, can only engage them from 1,000 meters, because then the turrets on these larger vessels have a fair chance at applying damage to the small stuff that's orbiting them, because the bigger ship isn't trying to get into a raid fight or do anything like that. The bigger ship is trying to make it very dangerous, that anything that gets close to it is in trouble, right? This will allow fighters to have a healthy interplay between larger ships and smaller ships, and it'll stop it from making it so that anything outside of that, I guess you could say, influence, or that sphere of influence, because like Yogi's talking about, oh, we need flak cannons to be able to engage anything that's, you know, basically above 600 meters. And my opinion has always been, drop the distances, the weapon distances on fighters. They shouldn't have more than 1,000 meters. The fact that they have 3,000 meter ranges is ridiculous. Of course you're not hitting a fighter at 3K, you know? And if people say, well, it's not realistic, that and that, look, lasers dissipate after 1,000 meters, and the plasma just, you know, dies to the void because they can't power the fate, like the lasers strong enough. You can have some reason, or, you know, ballistics auto detonate at 1,000 meters because the Navy decided that's how they want to do all their NATO ammo or whatever. So to me, it's so obvious. It's so obvious to me, but that's how you do it. Like, that's how you do it, you know? And then obviously power management just adds those different dynamics to engagements and allows it to be more of a skill check. But them saying it's going to take us weeks and weeks to get it all right and all that stuff really doesn't, man. If they followed this simple algorithm, they'd have numbers that they could apply to the game within a few days, and this would get 95% of the way there, and everything else at that point would be tuning for specific ships to make things a little different, to make things a little more unique to each ship, but it would get most of the way there, and you'd have most fighters able to be viable, which is what people want. I think people all agree that some ships are better. Like a Vanguard, or sorry, an Aurora is probably not as good as a Mark IIA Hornet. I think nobody's going to argue that it should be the same. But this way, it would allow there to be a chance so that those fighters could have a good interplay, right? And if you get rid of all the ridiculous speed walls everywhere you're bumping into, within 2 seconds you're hitting a speed wall here, hitting a speed wall here, hitting a speed wall here with master modes. Like, get rid of those speed walls, extend the zone in which we can play so that real flight geometry can really start making a comeback, you know? And, you know, they said that they're going to add a asymmetrical flight zone, which I think is really healthy. So your ship sits right here in the center. Okay, you can go about, let's say, 600 meters per second that way, and only about 350 meters per second in reverse. So while you're tumbling through space fighting, if you spin around, so you make a lot of movement in this direction, then you spin around to try to shoot, you're going to go from a ball that looks like this as you tumble down that movement. And as you turn around, the ball is going to reverse. You're going to hold your momentum in this direction. And you're going to find that if you kept your nose forward, you would be here. But because you spun around, you're now sitting at the edge of your speed wall, which is already at 450. It's going to slow you down so that you can only backpedal at 450, and the chasing craft is going to be able to close distance on you. Right? That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. This was the only solution they needed for the old flight model, and then a little bit of jerk, and they would have been fine. But instead, we're going around in circles and we're reinventing the wheel. But it's fine. At least CIG is starting to, you know, make a little sense. That doesn't make sense in space. Well, Danny, unfortunately, you cannot have a space model in Star Citizen where there are no speed limits, because you would have fighters traveling at 10,000 meters per second, okay? And they would just rip past people at ludicrous speed. And like, personally for me, I think that would be freaking awesome and be super cool, and we could do some really awesome stuff with that. It would make for way too simulation-based gameplay. So they have to have a speed wall somewhere. Like, it has to happen, because if you don't put a speed wall in, then all the kids are going to take their bumper cars and they're going to fucking fly off in the middle of nowhere, and everyone's going to get upset, and they're going to say this game is too hard. They're not going to sell ships, and the game will die, right? So they need to create a safety net for people that have low IQ. I'm kidding. I'm sorry. They have to create a safety net to facilitate cinematic gameplay so that Chris Roberts can get his Hollywood experience without actually needing to learn how to be a pilot, right? And I say that a little bit disparagingly. I'm not trying to be a prick here, but the intention for Star Citizen has always been to make a Hollywood game and not to make the next best space sim ever. That was just not true, right? Because when Star Citizen was being designed, it was being designed based off of the assumption that in the 90s, games like X-Wing vs. TIE Fighter, Freelancer, all those games, which were nothing close to a space sim, but were called space sims at the time, Chris took that term because that's what he grew up with and said, we're going to make the best space sim ever. Everyone took him for making an actual space sim, and instead we got Asteroids in Space 2026, right? And that's fine, but people have to calibrate their enthusiasm as to what to expect, right? So we're going to have speed walls. We're going to have things in the way to stop us from going outside these speed zones, because if we don't, then the majority of the audience is going to be slipping, sliding every which way to Sunday. And it's just going to be too difficult to create a DCS in space type experience. Even though personally for me as an expert pilot, I love that stuff. I can understand that the general audience doesn't have the time to literally become a real pilot and just start, you know, it's just not going to be accessible to the masses. So we need those speed zones. Let's continue on.
Pieces step by step, because we understand the dynamics that we generate inside the game a bit better as well. So, you know, we get more knowledge about it. We understand how player prefer to use certain type of ship rather than others. So moving those Lego bricks in tiny blocks, it's easier than just moving one and see how it performs and then try to scale everything according to that. So that's what we're going to try to do, and what we are trying. What we have tried to do, and what we are actually doing as well with the current monthly updated patches. So we always try to deliver something to address maybe a specific issue or a specific area of the ship flight in the game.
Yeah, so in the last few months, they have done small tweaks to some ships. They have increased capacitors for heavy fighters, and it has done nothing. Literally nothing to change any of the dynamics. You know, it's made heavy fighters more fun to beat up on rookies because now you have 200 rounds in a mag instead of 20, but it hasn't changed anything. Not even a little bit. So they're creating all these changes, but they're changing stuff and they're not addressing the fundamental issue. This is like it's like the gun issue. It's like, oh my God, there's another shooting. You know, it's like, it must be the gun's fault. It's like, okay, maybe, but maybe it's also the person's fault too. You know, not to get political, but maybe that's a bad example because people are going to get all fired up about that stuff. So imagine you had a car problem, right? You go to the mechanic and you say, Joe, my car's not working. The transmission's in limp mode and I can't seem to get it to work. And he takes a look at it and goes like, oh, okay, well, your transmission's not really the problem here. It's the CPU and there's some other issues with the car and you've got 4 flat tires. And the guy looks at him and goes like, oh, well, okay, put the 1 spare tire on and then change the color of the car. The guy looks at you and goes, 1 spare tire and change the color of the car. And they go, yeah, that'll fix it. And the tech looks at him and goes, that's not going to fix your car. And he goes like, I know what I'm doing. This is my Jaguar. I've had it for years. Just do it. So he does it and nothing happens. And the next day he comes back and says, my car's not working. And the tech expert looks at him and goes, well, yeah, you changed the color of the car and you put on 1 spare tire. Do you want me to fix your car or not? And he goes, I know what I'm talking about. Just change it, put another spare tire on it, and change the color again. And the tech goes, this is not going to work. And they go, I know what I'm doing. I've had my Jaguar for years. Puts the spare tire on, changes the color again, pays another couple $1,000. Off he goes. Next day comes rolling back in 3rd time. He goes, oh my gosh. I got into an accident. I couldn't drive my car. Nothing was working. It's just a disaster. What can you do to fix it? And the tech goes, replace the tires and fix the CPU in your car. And he goes, oh, okay, take all 4 tires off and change the colors again. And then change my brakes. So this is kind of what the experience has been like for the more experienced folks like out there playing the game. Because CIG will make all these changes. They'll put some extra capacitor on the guns. They'll tweak some things. They'll actually reduce accelerations on heavy fighters. And they'll do all these things. And they'll say that, oh, look, we're doing adjustments to the model. Completely void and tone deaf to what really is the problem. Like I illustrated before about the balls in space. And basically they don't address those geometric problems at all. Instead, they just change the color and put a spare tire on it and go, this will work.
Zodicide says, just hire more people to balance at the same time. And he's got that the one Twitch emoji with the kind of sarcastic face. So I think he's going to be. I think that's a sarcastic comment. I'm not sure. I'm not up on the popular culture, but no, it is one of those things where 9 doctors don't make a baby in 1 month and whatever. Plus, as I said on earlier this week to another thing, not everybody at CAG is not a monolith. You have what you think and what, you have what you think and want, you have what you think and want. Ideally, we find compromise, we find places, but adding more people will often bring in more opinions and more stuff, and actually can make finding consensus even harder. So it's just one of those things where, unfortunately, hiring more devs is not the answer to everything. If you need to make another location, possibly. But if you're trying to fine-tune the balance of a thing, not always the case. I want to ask 2 more questions about, I remembered what I wanted to talk about before, in balance. You mentioned player skill.
Yeah.
There's this thing. There used to be a guy who worked here, Vinny Sinatra. He was our QA lead back in the day in LA studio, and that guy could do things in a Gladius that I could not see anybody else do. It didn't matter what ship you flew. If he was in a Gladius, he could kick your ass. And that was the thing. Like the Gladius, the light fighter meta, the way that it just spoke to him. It was like this perfect match between pilot and ship. But you don't always get that. Sometimes people, they desperately want to fly. They desperately want to fly my Superman punching ship right here because it's the aesthetic that they want, and it has the role that they want, but it's not perfectly suited for who they actually are. And the comments that come from that are, oh, well, this thing is underpowered, or this thing moves slower. And the answer is, well, maybe this ship actually isn't the one that was right for you. Maybe this other ship is the one. How do you incorporate that, and how do you manage that? This player preference and the player skill level, how does that factor into your balance plans here?
So it's really complex. So we start off with a shipping concept, and the team we work with.
Okay, so what I got from that was there was a pilot. He was very good. He was flying, clearly, the Gladius, which was much better than all the other ships at the time. Then he goes on to say, well, maybe you more belong to this ship. And I'm very genuinely trying not to feel like that is a marketing ploy. I understand that there are some ships that we gravitate more towards. For example, I love the Arrow. I love the Arrow. And I love the Mark II Hornet. I hate flying the Mark II Hornet. And I love flying the Arrow. Guess what? Both of them aren't that great in PvP. So what do I fly? The most hated ship I've ever had for the last 7 years, the Buccaneer. Because it's really good in PvP. And the M50. And I make that thing fly and sing and do all kinds of crazy stuff. You guys have watched me many times on stream fly these ships. Then this gentleman here says, oh, it's super complicated. I just showed you guys and proved to you guys that it's really not that complicated. It's balls in space. You need to tune via an algorithm. It's really that simple. Size of ship times velocity times G's equals deflection rate. Every ship gets an equal deflection rate, and then you tune for personality and top speeds. That's it, right? But I feel like this is gonna. Let's see what he has to say.
With the vehicle team and the drone crew, and we work with them on identifying the kind of identity of that ship and what it should be and what it will be in the game, and then according to that, we're building a certain character that we think suits that ship. It could be really fast forwards. It could have. Okay,
so this is an artist talking about technical things. Okay, so as an engineer, basically, of designing a fighter, it's like you go to Lockheed Martin and you say, guys, we need a next generation fighter. And Lockheed Martin says, okay, well, the next gen fighter is not going to have a player in it or a person. It's going to be an AI drone. It's going to have this. It's going to be this size. It's going to use this stealth plating. It's going to cost this much. And the contractor goes, well, I don't think it speaks to me, though. And the Lockheed Martin guy says, do you want to win a war or a fight, or do you want to have something that you can bring to a parade? Like, what's the point here? And we just heard the guy talking about, well, it doesn't feel right. It doesn't look this way. It doesn't, you know, this and that. And this is what really frustrates me, because it's like, nobody should care how the ship makes you feel, right? You should design it based on technicalities and how the ship will function. And then after you've done that and you put ships in a good spot, then you start to add the feeling by the way it sounds, by maybe sometimes in certain situations its nose likes to kick up just a little bit. These kinds of small things about it, you can add superfluous personality to fighters without sacrificing the technical engineering, I guess you could say, aspect of what actually makes something good and usable, right? Because what's happening is you have all these artists talking about how they make ships feel, and it's like your emotions shouldn't filter into the effectiveness of a platform, right? Because if you start doing that, then you start getting master modes where, well, the ship doesn't feel good, and it's like, well, of course, because, you know, you design it based on feel and not based on truthful metrics that really put ships in a good spot.
Have really good handling, or it's really slow and clunky. You know, we just don't know.
Okay, so to somebody's slow and clunky is somebody's fast and maneuverable, because it's not an objective thing. An objective thing is, I have 10 Gs, I can move this direction this fast, my angular velocity is this, my acceleration is this, my profile is this, right? To me, the Buccaneer feels pretty snappy. It feels pretty responsive. To most people, they fly the Buccaneer and they go, this thing is a piece of garbage. And then you also have a bunch of developers, and I don't mean to be rude here, but who don't constantly fly because they're too busy on the game. And so their experience subjectively will make ships that are really hyper responsive feeling great to most players. To them will feel different, and they're the ones on the controls tuning ships, making them feel subjectively, which is different for every person. So you can't tune ships based off feeling and high energy and maybe I should go meditate and see how I feel about this fighter. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. You have to do it based off a very German approach. It's like a very, if this, then this is the numbers we're looking for. And screw your feelings. The feelings will come later once you actually get stuff in a good spot. Because people also, the more they fly the ship, will start to like the ship more because it's viable, because it's more capable, and they'll actually end up falling in love with the way it feels, instead of the opposite, where I need to feel great in the ship and then I'd learn to love it. It should be the opposite. It's like going to the gym and saying, I need to feel ready to go to the gym. Well, actually, if you just go to the gym and then start lifting weights, then you start feeling great. But if you wait to feel great and then do it, it ain't gonna happen.
But it depends on the ship. So we try and apply that, and then
yeah, they just said the feelings we're trying to apply that, like,
yeah, it just evolves from the loadout of the ship. It can depend on the weapons, or you know, or if it doesn't have the weapons to defend itself, what does that mean as well? You know, does that mean make it really tanky so it can't fight back, but you know, but it can sustain? But all those different things that we have, all the tools we have at this disposal, create what that ship is in the game, and then from that, the players themselves have choices within that ship what they can have as well. And we try and provide as much as we can to give the players to move the ship a little bit more in that place or that place, depending on what they want. But the ship always has a kind of window that it will operate in, and it might creep into other ships if if you have different components, stuff like that. But it's always got that core identity.
Yeah, so this is what's known as siloing, right? So if you create game mechanics, right? So here's what's happening. So this is silo number 1. This is silo number 2. This is silo number 3. Okay. These are your pop cans. Okay. Here's the light fighter. Here's, let's say they're all light fighters. Let's say ship 1, ship 2, ship 3. Okay. Now, ship 1 exists in this space. Its top speed is here. It maxes out here. It exists in this archetype. It does its things. It's tuning, whatever, right? There's your Pringles can for a Buccaneer. Now, if you add components and you put the ship in a good spot, now your Pringles can looks like this, okay? It's slightly larger. The capability of the ship is slightly higher. Okay? Well, what if I want to complete a task over here? Okay, there's a task to complete here. I can complete the task because it falls within my Pringles can. All right? Well, I want to complete task over here. Well, guess what? My capability of my ship only exists in this space. So I have to bring a different tool for the job to be able to finish that tool for that Pringles can. And instead, what they've done is instead of making 3 Pringles cans for, oh, I don't know. Instead of making 3 Pringles cans, 1 for fighters in general, 1 for fighter bombers, and 1 for, I guess you could say heavy fighters. So heavy fighters, bombers, and regular fighters, mediums and lights, right? Mediums and lights, instead of having a giant Pringles can, and some fighters are here on the spectrum inside that Pringles can, some fighters are here, some fighters are here, some fighters are here, some fighters are here, and they all have really interesting ways and interplay. You know, obviously the Talon can still compete against all these other fighters in its class. They're all Gladius over here, Arrow over here, Talon over here, Saber over here, Hornet over here, and they all bring different aspects to the Pringles can, but they can all exist in a large space over here. And really the defining factor as to who wins is not so much the ship, it's the player and the fighter, like the old model was. But if the fighter starts to enter the Pringles can of the bomber, there's only a very small overlap. Let's say only one of the fighters, maybe let's say, oh, I don't know, the Talon has size 4 guns. So it's the only one that can kind of bleed into the bomber / heavy attack role. Or let's say the Mark II Hornet, because it's got a bunch of guns, right? But Gladius, not so much, not so much. But in total, most of the light fighters are existing in this space. Okay? And Talon can kill a Gladius, can kill an Arrow, can kill all these other ships, and they can all have really good fights amongst each other. And really it comes down to the player instead of the ship. The blades over here, you know, this one gives you a little more cannon power. This one's a little faster. This one's a little bit like this. All of them have different kind of personalities. You're like, oh, this is really cool, right? But instead we have 100 Pringles cans. And we have rock, paper, scissors, where instead of fighters, bombers, and heavy fighters separated into Pringles cans, we have Pringles can number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And each ship follows within these little silos. It has a minimum and a maximum capability. There are only so much things it can do. And so we have this ship will always beat that ship in that situation. This ship will always beat that ship in that situation. He's rock, he's paper, he's scissors. There's your game. And no matter if you have the best pilot in the world, you can't beat this guy. Even if he's halfway decent. Because your Pringles can only moves this big. I can only exist in this limited space. Right? And so instead of them giving personalities to ships, they've hamstrung our experience so dramatically that each ship is now completely at odds with each other. Each ship now can only really do one thing. It can do that one thing very well, but it can really only do one thing, right? And this, my friends, is BS. And this is what we have right now, okay? Hopefully, with the flight model coming out soon, it will change these things. But in order to change that, there has to be more emphasis on the agency, player agency. So this fighter here should still be able to engage competently with this fighter here. So an Aurora can kill a Mark II Hornet if the Aurora pilot is skilled. And because its Pringles can now is much larger, okay? And my skill allows my Pringles can, so my skill is represented by the red line, okay? So my skill, the maximum capability of my Aurora is this, and the pilot that I'm playing with, his skill level is about 80% of what the maximum capability of that fighter is, okay? And then we have Mr. Hornet here, whose maximum capability is way out here, but the skill of our pilot is only here. Then our Aurora pilot is going to kill our Hornet pilot. Because even though the Hornet can have a capability outside of the Aurora, because we have a much larger space to play in, because we have higher speeds, more skill-based gameplay, more decisions, more throttle control, more trigger discipline, all those things, now we have a game where ships of lower caliber still have a chance to kill the more, I guess you could say, expensive, better, quote-unquote, fighters, right? So them talking about not doing it based off of empirical evidence and engineering and technical stuff. We're doing it based on how the ship feels, which is completely subjective and individual for the person. It's not based on numbers or metrics. I think it's just...
And sometimes that's not going to align with each individual player and what they want it to be. And that's not a balance issue. That is just, that's a thing that happens when you've got a game with 200 ships. It's my... If I could fly around in any ship and be an ultimate fighter, I'm going to speak about me personally here. It would be the Mantis. I love the aesthetic of the Mantis. I think the Mantis could have been the coolest damn fighter ever. And that's not how it was built and whatnot. And I've tried the few times I still get into the game, whatever. I always try to fight, Mantis, and I struggle, and that's just because I love the aesthetic of it so much. I want that and stuff like that. So, but it's one of those things. It's like that's not a balance problem. No, that is simply that ship is not meant to do the thing that I want it to do, and I always have to kind of remind myself.
In the old model, I would take Mantises and I would win duels and I would take on multiple engagements in a Mantis and still be able to win. The Mantis was tons of fun to fly. And now all it can really do is interdict somebody and run away. That's really all it can do. And this is an example of taking away the agency of the player. You've now stripped the human being from their ability, to mitigate situations and to be able to engage, because there's just so many limitations on the platform now that you're only relegated to doing that one job, right? And this is the tragedy of master modes and what we have now.
There's like a good analogy. There's is from there was a German World War II ace which was called Adolf Galland, and he flew the Focke-Wulf 190 and the Me 109, and although one of them was better, like the Focke-Wulf was a lot better in terms of the stats, he actually preferred the BF or the Me 109 because it was just better in handling, and it just speaks to the characteristics of the ship. The ship have the characteristics. It might not be the right ship for you. Maybe you just focus so much on one ship that your muscle memory is all aligned with how this or that ship should handle, right? But this is why we have different ships, right? These are just different. Well, they give you different access to the universe. Maybe.
Yeah, but a Focke-Wulf can still shoot down a BF-109, and a BF-109 can still shoot down a Focke-Wulf. And in the hands of an expert pilot, you're going to take those wins, right? Obviously, the Focke-Wulf has a stronger engine, it has a better climb. The BF-109 has a better dive, has a better turn rate, blah, blah, blah. But the point is, it's like the argument between the Arrow and the Gladius. In the previous flight model, it was a real discussion. People were I don't know which one's better. Arrow's got some advantages. Gladius has some advantages, but it's pretty close. It's really hard to say 10 Arrows versus 10 Gladius is definitively what's a better fighter, because there are so many things the Arrow brings to the table. And now in master modes, they've stripped that away. The Arrow is just definitively worse than the Gladius. The Gladius wins 10 out of 10 times when it's a 5v5, right? So I'm really hoping that their new flight model understands this. I mean, Yogi seems to understand it, but who knows? Maybe Yogi's not the one making the decisions.
Maybe the handling is different, but then you have a big size 4-gun somewhere else. So,
the second question I want, we've said already, and folks will you talk to us more about the flight model? We're going to do that in just a minute. This is my setup for that.
Okay.
We have done, Yogi, Rich, we have done a lot of these shows over the years. Whether it's here at SCL, whether it's on an ISC, or whether it's even a CitizenCon presentation that we put together and whatever. for a number of years now, we have said this next thing is our thing we're waiting for. Whether that was master modes, or whether that was hover mode before that, or whether that was operator modes, whether it's flight model, stuff like this. At various points over the course of Star Citizen's now 13-year development, it's been something or other that we're waiting on that unlocks the next thing. Now, and along that, it's been armor penetration. And it's been recently, we put flight blades in there, and that allows you to tune things like this. We know that crafting is coming up. Crafting is going to dramatically change how so many of these ships go, because now you're going to be able to build some version of these ships and affect their characteristics in the one that you buy.
Okay, we need to talk about this real quick. So here's my issue with crafting. Because if you design a game, okay, like we were talking about the Pringles cans, right? If you make it so that you're locking the max capability of your Pringles can, so this is your fighter, this is the maximum ability, it can only perform up to here and as low as here, okay? And now you're locking crafting and saying, well, with crafting, your Pringles can be this big. Okay. This is a huge problem because now you're locking meaningful capability behind a paywall, whether it's being in-game paywall or not. And my argument has always been allow for much larger Pringles cans. Okay. Right. Which means, again, with higher speeds becomes a larger Pringles can. The skill is much higher, right? So the maximum capability of a fighter is up here now, and the minimum is here. That's where you start, right? Everyone starts at the minimum. So if you have crafting in, instead of making the Pringles can larger in terms of its capability, right? Instead, with crafting and all that stuff, make it deeper. There is a maximum capability for your fighter, okay? And with crafting, you should be able to craft certain components at the expense of other things. But instead, I feel very strongly that CIG is just going to make the ship better in every way. And my opinion is a skilled pilot is going to be like, okay, I want to exist at this point. I'm going to sacrifice, like how we talked about with blades. So flight blades are a good idea, but it depends on how they implement it. Because if you take somebody and they're very skilled and understand how to fly, they're going to be able to sacrifice certain things about their platform to get the stuff that the ship is really good at in a much better place, which means the ship is going to be even better at the role. So if the role is the Pringles can, it's going to be able to excel at that role much better. Okay? But it seems like CIG is just going to be like, okay, if you have blades on, the ship just is better in general, right? And that, I think, is a real problem because you shouldn't lock capabilities behind component and skill walls, because what you're doing now is you're devaluing the skill required to get the most out of your ship, and you're offloading skill in exchange for money and components. And guess what game follows that trend? EVE Online, right? So a game that offloads skill and controllability and flight skill, input skill, situational awareness, throttle control, trigger discipline, all those things. If you're offloading that to monetary components, you're taking that away from the player and you're putting it on something that doesn't require skill or training. And so what you end up creating is you end up creating an EVE Online 2.0 situation where, you just get into lots of situations where it doesn't matter how good you are, like your max capability ends here and you need it to be up here. But like you literally just can't get there because you need to go buy components to get there, right?
You know, we're selling the stock versions, and people are going to be able to craft their own individual versions.
Right. So the stock versions will be the small Pringles cans, and the ones that you know, quote unquote upgrade or whatever are going to be so far ahead of the stock versions, and no amount of player skill is going to be able to mitigate that gap. And this is a huge problem because the philosophy that CIG seems to be going with right now is offloading player skill at the expense of components and gear. And I think that is a disastrous way to set up your game. I do not think they should do this. So you heard it here first that I predict that unless they bring the depth and skill back into the movement and the flight of the game, that we're going to turn into essentially a manual kind of controlled version of EVE Online, where as long as you have the basic instincts to point your nose towards the target, that pretty much should be as deep as your flight skills are going to get.
And some level of customization will go into that. Is it futile to try to do any balancing along the way? Is this just a waste of everybody's time to try to balance heavy fighters, to try to balance light fighters when you know there's so many outstanding systems still coming?
No, so I'd say it's part of the journey. And let's say we throw away everything tomorrow, we still have what we've learned along the way. And that's really important because we're constantly learning. You know, it goes back to you earlier. You know, I've been here 7 years. And my understanding of the game and the game mechanics has fundamentally changed in that time. You know, and as we've built more systems and we've added more to the game, and you know, we do know the game's not complete, but it's kind of exciting because we're building towards that, and we're always moving in that direction and learning more and getting better, hopefully, you know, at what we do. You know, so we change things along the way, and then we have other systems that come in and they might throw a curveball in that, you know, system that we've made. But we're learning along the way to build what we think is the best game.
Yeah, I can add something on that from a different perspective, because I've joined the team roughly around 2 years ago, so not a long time as these other two veterans, right? But it's very important in order to, you as a game designer in my case, but in general, I think as a developer, to have that knowledge and being able to have that experience in tuning and you know, getting accustomed to the game, getting to know how the game is working currently. Also to understand, first of all, what can you do and what can you plan to improve the game in the future, in the long run, and also be prepared for that when the moment comes. You know what to do, you know what to expect, you know what to manipulate in order to create the right experience, right? So it's never a waste of time, and also I guess you guys want to play as well the game, right, from time to time. So playing a game that is in a better state probably is better than just a game that is not balanced at all in it.
I think there's often, over the course of the 11 years I've been here, I continuously encounter this expectation that every answer is supposed to be figured out before you start making the game, and before you start building, and that's just not how.
I don't think people are expecting that, but I do think people deserve to know a general direction. And I think, especially with flight, it has been a boat with no rudder for a long time. And I think, you know, a lot of people who do play the game on a regular basis can see where to go in a much more clear way. And I don't think people are saying, hey, you got to get everything figured out, but like you've got to get in the ballpark. And they were close with the old model, and then they just swung for the fences, and we're not even in the same league anymore. So yeah, people are frustrated, and I think that's a bit of a rude statement to be like, oh, people should have it all figured out by now. I don't think anybody's saying that. I've never heard somebody say that, but I think people deserve to have a basic direction with flight, and it's been rudderless for so long.
How game development works. It's construction, not development. But it's always, from the player perspective, it is always incredibly challenging, because we have backers, we have players, we have citizens out there who want desperately to believe in us. They want desperately to believe that we know what we're doing. They want desperately to believe that there's a master plan and stuff. And the reality is that we know what we're doing and there is a plan, but those things change. We know what we're doing, but
Okay, so if you say there's a plan and then you say it's going to change all the time, like, I mean, I guess, but
We learn more along the way.
Jared's correct in that we really want to believe in them. Like I really do want them to be successful. I really do.
And those things that we learn change our perceptions. They change our ideas
And that's good.
along the way.
Like dumbfire torpedoes.
We have that plan, and then new systems come online and stuff, and that plan has to change and it has to evolve and stuff like this. And it's never an issue of not knowing what we want to do or not being able to do it. This is what game development is. It is
Okay, well that's not fair because you literally had it from the dev himself that they're not really sure where they want to put these heavy fighters and all that stuff. Right? So I just don't feel like that's genuine.
this constantly evolving, never ending.
Like, I feel like this is one of those kind of toxically positive things where it's like, oh, you know, we're always learning. I get it. It's good to be positive, but sometimes it's good to be like, okay, we made a big mistake and it didn't work out the way we thought. That would be nice to hear every once in a while.
A thing to find this thing that we're all trying to build together. There's Chris's vision, there's Rich Tyler's vision, there's your guys' vision, there's everybody's vision, and it's about synthesizing that vision along the way. And
okay, that's not true. So it's Chris's vision, and we're all along for the ride, and we're only helping Chris make sure that his vision gets accomplished. If our opinions mattered, a lot of stuff would be different. To say that it's all us making this thing together is just not, it's just not true. We are part of this together, but make no mistake that our opinions are not going to be taken into account if they go against the vision that Chris Roberts set out. Because we do not share different visions for the game. You know, we follow Chris's vision, unfortunately, right? And that's why we had master modes.
it's going to change, it's going to evolve, and it can be very frustrating, both for player and developer alike. And it's just, I don't really know where I'm going with this. I feel like I want to acknowledge that.
I don't think that the vision has changed a lot, though, right? No. I mean, like, the one thing you can't...
See, this is why I fucking love Yogi, man, because he just says it straight out front. Yeah, vision hasn't changed, guys. Chris is still the one putting it together.
Underestimate is like engineering and design and development. It just takes time. Like, I mean, like, seriously, like 90% of all the things that player proposed that we should do better, we usually thought about these already, right? Because this is what we're doing for a living. But it just takes time to implement these. If somebody tells me, oh, please add an altimeter or something like this, then there's 15 different problems we need to solve. It's like, it's a lot.
Yeah. And those are the easy part as well, like, because a lot of time player.
So here's my rebuttal to that. And this is what's always been really frustrating to me, and maybe it's been for you guys too. But if Yogi's saying, hey, I want to solve this problem and I don't have the time, why doesn't Yogi have like 30 devs working for him? Why do we have 200 artists? Why can't we hire, I don't know, 20 devs to basically work under Yogi and say, look, I need the altimeter done. Let's make it happen. I'm going to give this to you 5 guys. Like, let's go. You know, I never understood that. I never understood that. If you're struggling with time for these critical game defining mechanics that literally underlie the entire experience, like, why are they not putting those guys? Okay, if it's money, Ascendian, like, why don't we cut some money from some other things, drop down on some of the other stuff, and focus on the stuff that really matters, and that is the core gameplay. I never understood that.
You know, have very interesting insight and ideas about very complex system that we can potentially put in place, but those touches such a vast amount of other features in the game, and you know, organizing that type of work and getting everyone on board and from completely different teams, especially in a company.
Yeah, Cindian says they prioritize art. I think that's always been one of their difficulties. CIGs, they have amazing art, which also helps sell them ships, but it's getting to a point now where they got to chill out on the art and they got to start really like getting the core game in a good spot.
Of the size of stage is very difficult, right? But in general, it's very difficult in video game making, so it's not a unique problem for us.
No, but being difficult is what makes it worth doing.
Yeah, we've got like we've got a very complex game, but that's very exciting because we are doing it different. All our systems are real systems. They function, they work, and they do real things based on real, physics mechanics that happen. And
most times.
Most times.
There's a few exceptions.
Yeah, there's a few exceptions here and there. But, you know, most of the time that works really well for us because it's a really complex problem to solve, but actually it makes Star Citizen, I think, really unique for us. You know, and it makes it really fun to work on.
Yogi's like, yeah, we usually 90% of the time we've usually had that
That's probably a bit
conversation.
high.
Like, he goes, there are still plenty of times where we're being completely honest, where you know an idea has come from the community.
Right,
It's
Zums?
been like,
Yeah, we talked about
been there
that.
Like, oh, well, that's a really good idea.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I had it first, right?
Yeah. No. I agree with Das Wheelie Cool 69420. That's a thing to do. I just call that a
No, but I mean, we all are we've all seen like similar, media. We've all seen similar films. We play Star Citizen because we probably like Wing Commander or Star Wars in the past and so on, right? So there is a common understanding. Star Trek, right? Yeah.
Too soon.
Yeah. So I think even of some things where we would say, oh, we had this idea, it probably just came from somewhere else. We incorporate a lot of community ideas in the designs as well.
Yep. Yeah. All right. So at this point, we're about halfway through the show, Yogi. So I'm gonna turn it over to you. This flight, this updated flight model. Now, obviously, when the time comes, we'll probably do an ISC or something on it. But give us the lowdown on what this is and what it will entail and what you're doing right now.
Okay, so
I'm just gonna go get a drink if that's cool. Just there we go.
Okay. So following the master mode release, we listened to we read the community feedback and so on. We had our own plans with this and basically made the next step what the rest should be. And there's three things which are not just the flight model, but the whole flight experience, right? So I mentioned before, we've got the space flight model, which is how ships use the thrusters. We have the atmospheric flight model, which are the control surfaces, which we also demoed in the past, but which got a quite big update now. And there is the quantum experience. So all of these things combined, they're moving the game towards the, let's say, the traversal vision that CR wants, right? Because the reason why we have nav mode at the moment, where you can go into this mode where you can reach, 1400 meters per second, is just there to navigate in these big spaces that we need to traverse, because we don't have the quantum code for that yet. So in terms of the thrusters, thruster flying, so this is not like a groundbreaking, oh, we do everything else. It's just like an evolution of the previous stuff. So it's just like building on what we already have. So the main thing for combat flyers out there is that we're going to have a non-spheric velocity space. This means we can go forward faster than we can.
Okay, so this is where we caught up to when I came in on stream when I started. Okay, so he's about to explain the new model. I'll explain it for you guys here so that you understand where they're headed, and then we can decide if that's something that you guys think is really cool. I think it's pretty cool. I think in theory it's much better than what we have now. But again, like master modes, it depends on execution. CIG's issue has always been, it's never been ideas, it's been execution. Their execution on stuff has been legendarily underwhelming, right? So how it works right now is you have your space to move in, that's SCM, and then you have Afterburner, which is the second speed zone, which is more asymmetric. Your SCM is symmetrical, so you can move in any direction you want and you can hold your speed. But because it's such a small zone to exist in, you just basically can't create deflections, right? And then obviously all of this zone here is your Afterburner, so I can move forward in a really fast way. But if I point my nose anywhere off center from where I'm headed, I start to dramatically lose speed, right? So I can only fly straight, essentially, if I'm trying to reach my top speed. In the new model, from how he'll explain it, is we are now going to have one speed zone, and that speed zone will look like this. Okay, it'll still be asymmetrical. Okay, so it looks something like that. My ship sits in the center. I can move forward at, let's say, I don't know, they didn't say what the speeds are. They just said we're going to drop accelerations a bit. So accelerations on our laterals will, the Gladius will probably go from 10 to 6.5. main thrust will go down to like maybe 14 Gs or 12 Gs, which is good. You want Gs to be a little lower on the smaller ships, but again, you want them much higher on the bigger ships. Let's say, for example, they're going to give us 450. Our reverse will be 300. So obviously, and then our sides will be, I don't know, 400, right? Okay, so that's the new flight model. Now, there is no speed zone, because if I take my missiles off, okay, if I take my missiles off, if I take my cooler off, one of my coolers, if I put lighter components on, if I take my bomb racks off, if I strip one of my guns down or put on lighter weapons, then my speed will go from 450 to 500 or 550. So depending on how heavy my fighter is, it'll depend on how much speed I get, and depending on how much power I pump into my system. So if I put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 power blocks into engines, 2 power blocks into my shields, 3 power blocks into my weapons. So engines, shields, weapons. Okay. If I put all that power in those components, then I get my maximum output. Okay. Now boost is going to allow us to reach these speed ceilings much quicker, but afterburner is going to be a thing of the past, which is, thank the Lord Jesus for this. My God, so needed. It's not even funny. And the fact that power allocation and weight of ship will dictate top speed. Okay. Now, ships will still have a maximum speed. And so what's going to end up happening is people will go, what's the unladen max speed of a Gladius? Oh, with full powered engines, she can reach top speed of 550, right? And people will look at that and be like, awesome. But she fights at 500. She can reach 550, but she fights at 500. Because when I take 2 of my pips off of my engines, I go down to 500, and I put it into my weapons, right? I put all my gunpowder into my weapons. Now I get all my magazine capacity and all that stuff, and I'm a little slower. Because in order for me to charge my guns and engage, I'm going to be engaging at 450, 500, right? So you're going to have an adaptive speed zone. Also, if I put torpedoes on, missiles, bombs, racks of fucking size 3 and size 1 missiles, double components, blah, 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 well, now I'm probably going to be down to 400. So loaded, the Gladius will fly at 400. Unladen, will max out at 550. For example, what that speed is, I have absolutely no idea. Okay? This will create an environment in which a heavier fighter, let's say, I don't know, a Hornet Mark II. A Hornet Mark II, so I'll keep my engines, weapons, and power here. So let's say I have a Hornet Mark II. My top speed for the Hornet might be 400, okay? Because she's a little heavier. But because I have really strong main thrust, maybe the thrusters on a Hornet are just much stronger, I can move forward at 500, just like the Gladius, right? So if I'm not carrying missiles and I'm not carrying other ordnance and I'm carrying lightweight, non-laser based guns, for example, like ballistics, now I can reach a speed on the Hornet of 550. Now I can catch the Gladius and fight it at those speeds. I can force the Gladius to take a fight he might not want because I have made different choices on my ship. Now, the real issue comes in, like I said before, execution, right? If they keep the speeds around 220 and unladen ships are only going at 300, the game is going to feel like fighting inside a phone booth. I'm going to tell you right now, if the SCM speeds aren't well above 450, into the 500, almost 600 meter per second marks, this flight model will feel like shit. And I'll say it again. If the speeds aren't in the 400s up to the 550s, almost 600s for the really fast ships, this flight model will feel like shit. Okay? And on top of that, they have to reduce the velocity of weapons, because right now the weapon speeds are way too fast, because any movements you do to create deflections, kind of meaningless, because you can just shoot at them almost like it's hit scan. Weapons are way too fast. And not only are they way too fast, but they're way too long range. Okay? So whatever the weapon balance for this new flight model is going to be, it must have weapons that are no faster than 1400 meters per second or slower. Because if you have weapons that are 1800, almost 2000 meters per second, you're going to be clipping people from so far away. If I was CIG, I would say light fighter, medium fighter weapons only reach 1000 meters. End of story, right? Anything past that, and the weapons just don't go past that range, right? 1400 meter per second weapon velocities with 1000 meter ranges would make guns feel way better, way better. And then they're also adding what's known as jerk, right? So I'm going to explain jerk for you guys, because a lot of people don't understand what jerk is. So, for example, I want you to put yourself in the seat of a Gladius, okay? So what this is going to look like is, let's say I'm in the seat of a Gladius, okay? No. Let's say I'm in the seat of a Gladius, okay? This is my cockpit like this. Here like that. Here like this. Right? And you've got your radar globe over here with your main gun. These are the MFDs. Like that. Right? And you've got your master cautions underneath that. And you've got your giant Giga Chad joystick with all the little buttons all over the place. Okay? So here's your Giga Chad joystick. Here's the cockpit of your Gladius. And you're fighting a Gladius in the current build of Master Modes. Okay? Now, you're fighting said guy, and his pattern looks like this. Okay? So what's happening is he's making a thruster movement to the right. Then he's making a thruster movement to the left. Then he's making a thruster movement to the right. And he's making a thruster movement to the left. Okay? Now, his flight path, because once he holds his boost down, you'll notice in Master Modes you have a little thing on your advanced HUD. So when your advanced HUD is up, you have this, like this. You've got your speed and weapons, like that. And then in the bottom left corner, you'll have a little circle, right? Now, when you press your boost, that little circle goes up like this, like a counter goes whoop, right? And what happened is they've added jerk to afterburner / boost, but they haven't added jerk to constant motion. So what's happening is you press boost, and once that little circle fills up, well, guess what? Now you get 10.5 Gs. Now you've got the Gs. Now you go 10.5 Gs this way, 10.5 Gs this way. As soon as you ask for it, 10.5 Gs this way, 10.5 Gs this way, 10.5 Gs this way. Okay? So what happens is the guy lines himself up to you, and then he moves left, right, like this, and the ship instantly gives him that acceleration. And so the ship, relative to your position, creates these really jagged, really aggressive, snappy kind of motions. Okay? Is everyone currently following what I'm explaining here? Is anybody lost at this point? Because I'm going to tell you what jerk's going to do to change this. Okay. So, here's what it's going to look like now. Okay? So what's happening is the flight pattern that the enemy target is going to flow in is going to be much less jagged, because these sections like this right here are where the acceleration of the thrusters are transitioning from a motion this way to a motion this way. And instead of getting instant G's as soon as I ask for them, I'm thrustering through that turn, and I'm creating these kind of smoother, more predictable motions as I move from different position to different position, right? So as my thrusters push me in this direction, and I start saying, I need to go this way now, the thrusters are going to transition from that side to this side, and it's going to go from 10 Gs to 5 Gs to 2 Gs to 5 Gs to 10 Gs. Okay? So it's like I over here, and in the course of, let's say, 0.8 seconds, my thruster goes from 10 Gs to the right down to 0 Gs to 10 Gs to the left. And so it's going to allow me to create a more flowing motion as I move through. Okay? And depending on the ship, it might have a 0.2 second jerk, or a 0.3 second jerk, or a 0.5 second jerk. So the snappiness, and so the length of movements might look like this for a gladius, and they might look like this for a cutlass. Okay, and for an arrow, it might look more like this. Okay, instead of the current mode that we have now in master modes, which looks basically like this. Okay, does everyone understand why that is so important? Okay. Does anybody have any questions about that? Yeah. So again, great idea. It really depends on whether CIG is going to implement and execute on these ideas, right? So that pretty much sums up the new flight model. We're adding jerk. We're taking nav mode is gone. So how many times, show of hands, have you heard me saying, if you're relying on nav mode, you're living in a crutch? Like you're giving yourself an advantage that is going to be taken away from you, right? Hitting your get out of jail free PvP switch is just a sign, I think, of accepting the fight is going to be a loss. So you just nav out, right? And this is also because we don't have high enough speeds to genuinely be able to defend ourselves against multiple targets. We live in this weird world where once there is more than one shooter engaging you, you have no choice but to nav out, because you cannot create enough deflection to meaningfully defend against multiple attackers. And so we live in this strange world where numbers are much more important than the skill of the pilot. And hopefully, if, fingers crossed, if they execute properly, the new flight model will allow us to have more space to fly around in at faster speeds. Accelerations will be tuned accordingly. And hopefully CIG will allow heavy fighters to have very strong main thrust and weak MAV thrust, and light fighters to have strong MAV thrust, but lower top speeds. So the ships are, light fighters are more capable of positioning themselves in fights, but they'll be limited in how long they can sit on top of somebody and kill them, because the heavy fighter will have slightly higher thrust. So it's going to be able to slowly get away from engagements. And this will allow heavy fighters to fly in formations like proper engagements. So for example, like how you guys see me flying the Buccaneer in master modes, where I'm not turning around like trying to take duels in the Buccaneer. I'm working with my wingman, and I'm building my energy. I'm picking a target. I'm diving around, engaging, pulling through with energy, letting my wingman come in, engage. And then if he spins to engage him, he builds energy, he comes out. And by that time, I've already come around. And so you end up creating essentially like a figure eight, where you're putting the enemy target in the center, and I'm diving in, coming around like this, and my wingman is diving in like this and coming around and back in, right? And so we're basically taking these passes on our target, because we're using the energy that we can engage with, which is higher than the energy that the enemy fighter is engaging with. We put him in the kill box, we take runs on him, we look at where his nose is facing, we turn around and we re-engage. This strategy, this style of combat is what's known as bracketing, and it's what's been done in aerial dogfighting since 1917. So, you know, the fact that people in the PvP community consider interceptors rats, or they're toxic, or, you know, they're unfair because they're not man enough to take a duel, is like saying, why does the F-15 fire missiles? He's such a pussy. Why doesn't he engage with guns? Why does the F-35 have missile systems that stop radar? He's a pussy. He should just fight my F-16 with guns. It's just the most ridiculous, ego-centric kind of point of view. You have to use the fighter platform that you're engaging with in the way that it was designed to be fought, you know? Any idea of like honor and all this silliness is just a way for the human ego to keep itself protected from losing fights, I think, from my point of view. But I guess we'll have to find out. So that pretty much wraps it up. We are at 141, which is perfect because we're about to start stream. And I'm going to go ask the boys if they want to join me. And then, yeah, we're just going to goof around and shoot stuff and probably go into the persistent universe and see if we can't find ourselves some what's it called, bounties. But we will continue our discussion about the flight model, and if anybody has any questions or if they'd like to learn more about current systems of combat and what's going on, then our Discord is always open and available. Let me ping the guys here. All right. All right. Let's get her going, boys. Let's launch the game. Let's turn the music on. All right. Oh, nope, not filters. Spotify. All right. Let's shoot some stuff, guys. Let's have some fun. It's hopefully we get access to the new flight model in a very soon, hopefully. All right. Did those A-10s shot down here in the mud with AKs like real men, right? Yeah. Pistols at dawn. Yes, the F-16 is a grade 2 circle fighter. F-18 is a grade 1 circle fighter. All right. All right, let's see here. I'll do European here. Dylan! Care to join me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah. I'll back out and grab you. We just watched the flight model SCL.
Oh, are they finally like moving on with it?
Yeah, I mean, it looks promising. Like, it does look promising. You know, I'm very hopeful for it, but we'll see, right?
Yeah.
Do you use pedals for yaw? Throttle. I use pedals for throttle. Throttle. I've been running the light strikes on the buck, man. It's so strong.
Yeah, they've been feeling good.
Yeah, for killing gladiuses, it's easier, and that's what really is a big threat out there. So, TJ or YJ.
See?
I just wish they sounded more threatening.
Yeah.
They kind of sound like a stapler. Oh, hit a rock. Said, so HOSAS will not be the way to fly in the new flight model. I don't know. We'll find out. Yeah, I don't know. There's a Guardian. Somebody asked if the Guardian was good for PvP, and not at all.
Unfortunately.
What's the obvious difference between jerk and decoupled? Well, decoupled still, like, still needs jerk. Like, let's see here.
Come on, AW.
AW. AW.
Looking at me.
There we go. Took his shields down. He's lit. Super lit. Bringing him around.
I gotta bring up.
Nice, nice, nice. There we go. Kept the shields down. AW, AW.
Coming, 3K.
Oh, he's super lit. Nice. Good kill. Oh, got a bunch of them on me here.
RC up.
RC.
RC. It's looking
Yeah,
weak.
coming around here. I'm 4,000 meters. I'm just pulling some distance.
I'll keep stringing him out.
Yeah, coming in. He's looking at me now. I'm on him. Oh, another one on me. RC, I had to back off here. And the PC's on me as well here. You want RC still?
Yeah, it's on RC still open.
Yeah, I'm just pulling up to you here. All right, I see I get RH. He's kind of close.
RH.
Yep.
Stripped.
Yeah, I'm on him here. Yeah, killing larger stuff is a little harder because you just don't have the same DPS, but it's fine. He's gonna die anyway. Got him. PC?
PC. It's on me right now. Bring him to you.
Yep, he's on me. I'm dragging him around. Oh yeah, he took the bait. Took the bait, took the bait, took the bait, took the bait. There we go. Took his shields out. There we go. Bringing him around. Nice, good run. Coming around on him here. He's switching to you. Oh, overshot.
Alright, fuck, I gotta leave.
I'm on him. There we go, got him. RC. Oh, shit. Bringing him around. See RC? See RC-9? RC-9, see him? Dylan? Bueller? Oh, fuck. You ran me. Dylan, could you hear me? Oh, must be AFK. Kind of feel like flying my M50. Said, yeah, 25 shots and slow cap on cannons. 6, thank you for the love, buddy. I like lag pips, but lead pips are better for dueling. Oh, M50 flies like a dream, dude. Thingy. Come on, chase me, I dare ya. It's amazing how good the M50 feels, like compared to all the other ships. Nice. Not sure when the new flight model comes in, but hopefully soon. Yeah, see the little tiny micro stutter movements he does? So that'll be kind of toned out. So you actually have to just slide into shots more. And he navs out, right? So. BV here. See how he just wiggles? It's really hard to hit him. Yeah, no more wiggles, no more nav. Yeah, it'll actually start feeling like an actual game. Nice. It keeps stealing my kills. Boink. Oh my goodness. Yeah, 50, man. Feels good. Feels good, baby. Nice. Shaboink. Yoink. Oh, he nabbed out. Nabbed out. Yeah, the M50's strong, dude. I love it. I love it. Tons of fun to fly. Just wish the afterburner mechanic was out, because then... Nice. That's right there, Calrissian. When did the new flight model get put into AC? It's not in. We were just talking about the new flight model. Yeah, I should probably put discussion here. We just got done talking about it. We just watched the SCL live. There we go. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right. Boink, boink, boink. Let's switch that over. I kind of feel like listening to some Star Wars music here. Alrighty. Said, saw you in SCL chat. Glad Master Moses is going to die. Yeah, I know, eh? Yeah, well, we'll see what happens, right? It's all about how they execute it and how they switch it up. I am also very excited. Ooh, got him. I mean, the M50 is basically the A-wing of Star Citizen. Oh, I got one on me here. Oh, in a turn. Nice. Oh, turn your back on me, why don't you? There we go. Beep, beep, beep. Oh yeah, Endor's so good there, Eagle Eye. So good, man. Ooh. Mm-hmm. Multiple on me here. Oh, he's super lit. Oh, he got the wrench. Oh, he went in the nav and I ripped his his little stabilizer off. There it is. Ooh, he did. Ooh, a buccaneer. Engaging by himself. Yes. Give yourself to me, you fool. I nabbed out. Fucking nav mode, dude. So is there any reason to use staggered fire mode in this game? I like using it for repeaters like that what I have right now. Because it just adds a little more saturation, so you don't have to be. I mean, just feels better. But some weapons, not so much, right? Some weapons, not so much. Oh man, never get the kill. Never get the kill. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh. Come on. There it is. The M50 can still hit like a truck if you get on top with those NDBs, man. 5-0. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Not bad. Do a few more of these guys, then we'll jump into the persistent universe. Chill out here. What if I should set up my NDB Buccaneer here and just one pass people? Vehicle selection. If it's just me, I don't have that. Yeah, so it should be rent that. I need to rent the mount. Where the mount is. There it is. Rent the mount. I need to rent the size 3. Rent that. And also rent the size 2s. Equip. 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 There we go. What's this music playing right now? Oh, it's because it's so low. Good old Star Wars. Alrighty. NDB Buccaneer boys, let's go! Let's go! Nope. Just dance around looking for a target here. He's looking at me. What's this guy looking at? Oh. Man, they're all going in there by themselves. Going in there by themselves. There we go. You didn't see that coming. I don't need that wrench. Maybe he does. There we go. Swing around. Taking out a Hornet 1v1 like this is super risky, because what I have to do is I have to try and drag him into... Oh, see. Too many of them close by. The wave off. see what he does. Yep, just following me. Nice. Take the bait. Oh, someone got behind me here. Got him. He turned his back on me.
You serious?
There we go. Let's see here. He wants to follow me. Come on. Nice. Shaboink. Oh. Oh, there we go. We got him. Oh. Ah, he's looking at me. He's looking at me now. It's like I feel like a wolf trying to take down a elk, you know? I'm just like orbiting him, like waiting for him to turn so I can nip at his heels. And now we have the numbers advantage. Just kind of stalking him, being like, when he turns his back. Yeah, I'm with him. He's looking at me. Of course, he's gonna shoot at me and not the Gladius. Yeah. Got baited. Dodge through. And the Gladius is gonna finish him now because he's too preoccupied with me. There we go. Yeah, popped out of nav mode. Not today. Not today. Oh.
We would be honored if you would join us.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Imperial Navy.
We would be honored if you would join us.
TD, welcome to Imperial Navy. he's lucky. Come on. Oh, they ran me out of boost. Almost had him in that dive.
We would be honored.
Almost had him
if
in
you
that
would join
dive.
us.
Welcome to Imperial Navy there, GD. Tee up with one of my wingmen here. Nice. Something's tailing me here. There it is. Yeah, see it. There we go. Such fast little micro movements. Was that a Hornet? Well, that one gentleman is just spraying. Yeah, like, see how his pips just bebopping all over the place? Come on. Yeah, like you just flick your pip around, but it's not actually like doing anything. Yeah, see? That kind of shit hopefully will be gone in the next model. Like, look, you can see him just... Yeah, like you just move forward and do the zigzag. Do the zigzag. Said, bro, the game has been running so good for me compared to 2 months ago. Yeah, I mean, the free fly is over, so maybe the servers are back to being a little more viable, right? That was my dive. A lot of different guys over here. Move around. Nabbed out. Mm-hmm. Oh, this guy's screwed. Lit him up pretty good. He's red body. Oh, there's a wrench over there. Might as well grab it. He's gonna try and get it before I do, though. Yeah. Said seeing 650 players on a server working elevators, terminals. Well, I mean, it's not really 600 players on a server though. Like, it's the shard, but if anything more than 100 players in a local instance just turns out to be disaster, you know? Oh, horror shot. It's actually hard to hit that thing because all it's doing is doing this, right? It's just staying in space, you know, kind of just vibing out. And that's the kind of stuff the new flight model hopefully will get rid of because it just kind of just doesn't feel good, you know? Right there, Kronos. All right, let's see here. All good, man. Mm-hmm. Alrighty. Mm-hmm. There we go. Swing around. This guy's gonna joust me. See you later. Ooh, what a run. What a run, guys. Guys should have stayed turning with me instead of running. No, not today, my friend. Mm-hmm. What do we got here? Ooh, another Hornet VD. He's out of nav mode, and I'm on him. Explosions! Oh, another hornet. I love killing hornets, baby. I love killing hornets. There we go. Another one down. Oh, this guy's getting his shields down. Ooh, another hornet. Boom, baby! Go to sleep! Another one! Thank their parts. I'm gonna put a YouTube video together with that and just, you know, slow it down, put some memes in it. Hey, no, baby, let's go! Hey, no, baby. Excuse me. All right. Let's see here. Oh, nice. They got him on a missile. Oh, he's turning to me. Wave off. There we go. Oh yeah, I got some followers. Another dive and a kill. Yeah, the M50 is nice there. Grind. Yeah, he's looking at me. Come on. Come on. Oh, he's just looking at me. It's fine, I'll wait for you to pay attention to something else, then I'll dive in on him. M50 is better than the Razor for PvP. Oh, you did not expect to die that quick. Oh. That's an NDB arrow that was looking for a duel here. JP. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, jousted me. Oh, I missed him. Oh. That's what I mean, right? Like I had a shot on him and he just wiggled out of it. Got him. Nice. Ooh wee. Yeah, NDB Buccaneer slaps, boys. It slaps, slaps hard. One more and then we're gonna the PU, guys. Hunt some bounties. Goof around a little bit. Are you guys having a good Thursday? I'm happy that we had that discussion. I'm very happy. I'm just happy that we're going to finally be getting some real changes done to flight. I just really want them to give it to us, like, soon. You know? Give it to us soon. Oh, this match is almost over. That's weird. Bruh. Oh, I'm getting 2v1. Saved by the bell. M50 is not going to win a duel against an arrow. Probably going to have to let this target go. Yeah, I'm getting 2v1. Oh, that's the end of that fight. End of that fight. Mm-hmm. Come on, can I not get one kill before I'm getting constantly gangbang arenaed? Bruh. I got him down to like no health too. Got him. There we go. There it is. So Calrissian is super sweet. Aw. Yeah. Said, bro, I'm watching you from the backyard where it's a 40 degrees. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Push the time away, talk about their homes. Multiples on me. Here's the sea. Wow, I think it's super wiggly. These fights are so lame. Turned around too soon. Oh, and he got his shields back. That's pretty much all dueling turns into, is just corkscrews and wiggles. Pew, 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 pew. Oh, always decoupled there. Always decoupled. Always decoupled, my friend. Always decoupled. Always decoupled. Gotta do the Buccaneer. Last one, and then PU. Alrighty. Said I'm still unsure of the new flight model. I don't trust CIG. Well, yeah, it just comes down to execution, right? Like, are they going to be able to execute on the ideas that they're talking about? Guess we'll have to find out. Dun-dun-dun. Pew, 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 pew. Nice. Oh, they got him. It's a wait and see game. Yep. Haven't seen SC live yet. Good or bad? It was not bad, but there was a couple stuff that was said that I just think is just wrong. In terms of the new flight model, like, I'm really glad that we're moving to something much better than what we have now. What that is going to be something that only time will tell. Only time will tell. But I explained in detail as to like what that new flight model will look like, and it, in theory, it looks much better than, like, you know, it's again, it all comes down to execution, right? Like, are they gonna stick to those ideas, or are they gonna implement them in a really arcadey, silly way? There we go. Oh, this guy's looking at me here. I'll get you, Avenger 1. Oh, hello. Nice. We have a wingman here. All these guys, and they're hyper thirsty. Good kill. Oh, come on. Oh! Almost had him. Congratulations, target is destroyed. Alrighty, boys. So it's mostly positive, but we need to see the words become a reality. Yep. Yeah, everybody right now is kind of on edge because we're like, ooh, are they going to do it, or are they going to say, are they just paying us, you know, lip service? Oh, I couldn't trade. Dude, the Hornet kills you in like a quarter of a second. Yeah. Yeah. That's the Hornet for you. Brain off. Turn, shoot. Alright. Another Gladius that wants to duel. And it's just... So it's a wait and see game by this point, and yes, A1 Fusrota. Oh man, almost. Took a trade with a Hornet that I shouldn't have taken a trade. Fly the Firebird. Yes, fly the Firebird, my friends. Alright, one more. Still got 3 hours left. Can't even see my frickin' MFDs. Alrighty. Well, guys. I think I actually have the Prowler utility, whatever it's called. I'm gonna try it out. I don't even really know what it is. Is it like a better version of the Prowler? Can't even see my MFDs, bro. Won't be until next patch, so. Of course it comes after me. Swing around. Alright, so now that, there you go. Yeah, if he, more time he spends shooting at me, then he just gets killed by the Gladius. Tonight's be a preliminary release candidate? Oh, that's good. That's really good. 4.2 I think might be a lot of fun. Just wish they were giving us the flight model. There we go.
Intensify forward firepower!
Oh, he's got cannons. Gonna have trouble applying damage with those. Multiple shooters on me now. There we go. Well, this guy's... Boink. 32? Question mark? 32. 32 what? I'm still unsure the new flight. Yeah, it's a wait and see game. You guys aren't very talkative today, are you? Everyone's just molding over all the stuff that happened. What about the cargo there, Kel? Oh. He's gonna try to shoot at me here. Oh. Oh. So what is that Prowler utility? It's just a cargo version of the Prowler? Is that the idea? There he goes. Oh, come on, get a missile on him. No, too far. And he just kicked himself in the nav. Oh! Said 4 guns instead of 5, size 5 can fit 2 16 SU boxes, slightly slower. Oh, wow. Mm-hmm. All right, Keebler. Ooh, he's lucky. Hmm. There we go. Ooh, caught that boy. He didn't see that coming. Oh, he jousted me. I thought he was going the other way. Got him. Man, this was a slaughter on this one. Not a bad way to end a run. He's looking at me. Come on, man. Okay, so he just nabbed around, reset his position. Yeah. There we go, lead turn. Put myself in front of the rate fight here. Tap his shields again so his shields don't come up. There we go. Caught the rate. Only have a couple seconds before he looks at me again here. Gotta keep getting in front of the Ray fight like that. Oh, I broke one of my top turrets. Can't fight the Hornet head on like that. Oh, no. Denied it. Because I hit a speed wall. God forbid I hit a speed wall. Dude, like, see how far I'm, like, out-angling him, and I still don't have the turn rate to catch the Hornet. This is the archetype difference, you know? I basically have to give him my profile. Yeah, what's he doing here? Nope. Hit the speed wall on my side, couldn't get past him. So this is what pisses me off with master modes, is like, as a good pilot, I'm limited because like I hit the lateral speed wall trying to get around him here so I can have my nose in the right position. But because they just funnel people into these cockamamie fucking archetypes. It's so dumb. And then they have the nerve to say that the geometry in fights are better. It's like, man, you are so wrong. Now I have to fight a ship that has significantly more lateral thrust than I do. And it just outturns me as soon as I get close. This is why, like, you can be a shitty pilot and still, like, archetypically, I can't scale the gap. Like, I'm just limited. You know? Just limited. But like, you put it in the yeah. What a lame flight model, dude. You see what I was talking about, guys, before today? Like, talking about siloing, where like some ships, like you just can't, you know, they've taken away all your speed and maneuverability. They've taken away the speed zone, so I can't like position myself to get behind them because I hit a lateral speed wall or something stupid. So, I mean, shouldn't certain ships have certain limitations? Not like that. Not like that, right? Where, like, as a skilled pilot, you can't overcome differences. Like, a Hornet is still, going to be a better duelist, but the fact that you literally, like, I have zero options. You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing I can do to get behind him or get any kind of position. And the difference between his turn rate and my turn rate is literally double and then some, right? So, like, I can get a better position and be a better pilot, and he just turns his nose on me, right? Just feels terrible. Can't wait to get rid of master modes, dude. The worst flight iteration this game has ever had by far. Mm-hmm.
We would be honored if you would join us.
All back strafe. Can't catch it. Oh, he quit?
The force is strong with this one.
They didn't want to lose to an M50. Alrighty. No. Mm-hmm. Nice. What do we got here? Oh. Mm-hmm. So if they could hold rates that long, they'd be OP. What, the M50s? Yeah, Yasha, good fights, brother. Oh, well, this gentleman is drinking the Red Bull. M50, baby, let's go. Yep. Nav mode. Let's see here. Oh, N. All All right, boys, time for the persistent universe. Time to do some bounty hunting. Time to do some bounty hunting. Time to do some bounty hunting in the universe. All right. What's going on with Spotify? Spotify is down? Hello? What's happening with Spotify? That's weird. What's going on with Spotify right now? Weird. Yeah, Spotify is totally down. That's weird. Yeah, Spotify is totally down. What the hell, Spotify? What the hell? Yeah, weird. 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 I guess we're going on music for a little bit. So it might be a controversial opinion, but one way to think they can make ship turrets an actual threat is to make fighters more fragile. I've been saying that for a while. The fighters are way too tough in this game. They're super tough. Like, fighters should be a lot easier to take down. Like, a lot easier to take down. Which means they should make the game more based on movement and less based on just showing up and tanking like a goober, you know? Beatbox for the stream, baby. Let's go. All right, let's see what we got here. I don't want to take the Mantis. Guess I could do the M50 here. Let's see what we got. Alrighty. Oh yeah, there she is. My good old little Jedi Starfighter, baby. Love this thing. Love it. Really wish there was a military version of the M50. I'm not gonna lie. Really, really wish there was a military version of the M50. Really wish there was. Contracts, offers, bounty hunter. Let's see here. Track. All right, so luck is there. What about this guy? Blab. Oh. Oh, he's active. He's active. Be nice if somebody joined me with a mantis. That would be awesome. So that we can make sure we catch these guys so they don't warp away. I wonder what he's in. I wonder what he's in. Yeah, for some reason they believe the problem is durability. No, not at all. Not at all. Was a lone Archimedes on AC against y'all Buccaneers. Yeah, I know, eh? You're just like, oh my god, there's so many! Just watched SCL. Yogi said thruster-based flying will be limited to around 300 meters per second. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. This is what I was talking about before about execution, right? We're gonna make the game feel like a bag of hammers, dude. Yeah, well, if the next flight model update, guys, is really bad, then I'm gonna get a petition going and we're gonna get this figured out, because at that point it's they're just lost. They're just lost in the sauce, dude. They don't seem to get it. Like 300 is way too slow. Way too slow. Like, you can tune accelerations, but you still want to have higher top speeds. You know? Where did they say specifically 300? I don't know. I've held that line and I've done so much for this game, but I can't enjoy flying. I simply cannot condone it. Yeah, well, let's not catastrophize. Let's just give it a chance, play with it, see how it feels, and go from there. And go from there. Excuse me. In 24 minutes if you want to take another look. Yeah. Of course he's in a Connie. Of course. The fuck just hit me? Why are the enemy NPCs shooting at me? I wonder if that's a friend of his. Might be a friend. Yeah, it might be a friend. Yeah, it's definitely a friend of his. Come on, before his ship explodes or he logs off. Oh my god, die. Dude, am I not going to be able to kill this thing? Ugh. Is he honestly going to get out of the ship before I can kill it? Bro, how many shots? Oh my gosh, about time. Holy smokes. Okay, so this guy, I bet you I got a contract for him too. I bet you anybody I got a contract for him too. No. All right, well, we still got it. We still got it. Now he's in prison. But flying and knowing how to fly are different things. Yeah, I know. Is he really gonna shoot at me? Come on, I dare you. I dare you. Shoot at me. Come on. Come on. Come on, I know you want to. Looking at me. I dare you, come on. Okay. Okay. All right, you get to live. All right, contracts. Let's go to maps here. So Beck is Grimhex. Sidonis, Grimhex. And Atole is... Where is that? Just edit to Grimhex. It's probably where he's gonna go. So Grimhex it is. This boy is coming to us. Almost guarantee it. Question is, what's he gonna be in? Quantum drive activated. We shall wait here because this man is going to come to us. It's going to come to us. Alrighty. Here he comes. Here he comes. It's either that or he's going to go to SPK. And now he is at Crusader. That's one of my bounties. That's one of my bounties. Oh, he warped out, bruh. The poor M50. Their boy here is about to get smoked. Sure, guys, just turn your fucking PvP switch on. Love it. Bruh. Oh boy. Hitting that bow and get out of here, guys. Fucking stupid. It's the shit I hate, dude. It's this risk-free Bob gameplay. People can't even take fights. I think if you're taking damage, man, you should not be able to quantum out. Like, it should say recalibrating every time you take a hit. Like, if like, it just doesn't make any sense to me. So it's kind of insane to me. You're the GOAT for continuing, but I can't handle the participation trophy bullshit. It do feel like that, eh? It do feel like that. All right. Where's this Beck guy? No idea where he is now. Oh, run into ArcCorp. Run into ArcCorp. What about this other guy here? Cyrodinas is back at Grim. And then the Anatoly guy is... Where is that? He's at Crusader just chilling out. Weird. Weird. Very strange indeed. Very strange. And that's all the bounties. Well, we shall continue to wait here. What's this? Freelancer. Mercenary. Bolt arms. All right. What ship is what? The one that I'm using is the this is the M50. Basically the Jedi Starfighter. Looks like that guy's moving again. The M50. M50. One of my favorite ships to fly right now. I feel like it's one of the only ones that has like actual flight characteristics to it. The life of a bounty hunter. Bounty hunter. I mean, he doesn't seem to be going anywhere. So like, he's just sitting at Crusader. To AFK? Like, he's inside Crusader? That can't be right. Where's this Beck guy? Oh, he's at the Pyro Gateway. He's gone. He gone. He gone. The Santok guy? I mean, I don't know. The Santok guy is kind of a meme ship, to be honest. Never really liked the alien ships. I don't want to do NPC stuff. Yeah. Well, if it's just these two guys on this server, we might just jump to a different server and see if we can't find some more bounties on another server. Some players fly worse than NPC. No, man, thank you for the 32 months, brother. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Said the one bounty in chat said he's going to SPK. Oh, really? Which one was that? I guess it would only be... I mean... Yeah. Well, he's not moving. Yeah, that's fine. We shall go to a different server and find more bounties. Yes, more bounties. More bounties. I do love my little M50 though. I gotta say, I do love my M50. Said, what's good, A1? What's up, chat? What's going on, TK? How you doing? We watched the Inside Star Citizen. I guess it's not Inside Star Citizen, but it's the Star Citizen Live, talking about the new updated flight model stuff that's coming out soon. So, some cool stuff, dude. What is going on with Spotify right now? Yeah, it's weird. It's like not. Give me some Vic. Nobody loves you. I think I have these downloaded offline, so. Alrighty. Okay, nice. I have been AFK from the game for a minute. I'll have to watch a recap. Yup. Alright. I feel like I have to relearn everything. Well, you might have to relearn everything again. Come here, Grogu. Come here, buddy. Said Spotify seems down. Lots of servers problems today. Yeah, maybe there's some kind of like, maybe AI broke out, guys. It's happening. The AI revolution is beginning. Ah! So major Google Cloud outage affecting Spotify and a bunch of other platforms. Oh, no. The AI is taking over. Come here, Grogu. Come here, buddy. Oh, well, let us go. When you're growing old. More like cyber attacks, let's be real. Yeah, I know, eh? China cyber attacks. Said I'm still steaming over the 300 meter per second thing. Well, I mean, does that mean 300? Like, what does he mean by thruster? You know, when he says thruster, like, I don't know how that's gonna. I don't know what he means by thruster gameplay compared to mains, right? Somebody needs somebody. So the game has changed over a year. Yep. AI revolution began. GTA 6 is crazy. Yeah, I know, eh? All right, let's see how many bounty contracts we got on this one here. Oh my God, we got some contracts on this server, boys. Let's go. Let's go. Not too well. What, my guy's at 30% water? Hello? Let's see if there's any substance. Nope. Nope. All right. Mistletoe. All right, let's see. Dictator Meow. Some of these names are pretty good, I'm not gonna lie. Alright. Alright, let's see. Peekaboo Ninja is Grimhex. What's that? Is that a bounty contract? Oh, this one is at Hurston. So Skull Lord might be viable. Pikazoo. Ooh, Daymar. Yeah, Sparrow. Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate you there, Data Warlock. Thank you for the love, brother. Thank you for the 3 months. I appreciate you. Thank you for making the whole stream possible for folks like you. Oh, Lamina LP. What's this here? An M50. Whee. Said, yeah, let's go slower space than 4th gen fighters. I know, eh? Been following your top 5 drills video, and I have a question. The first corkscrew drill possible in mouse and keyboard, and does it differ from this other corkscrew I saw, which is consistent, simply W plus roll up strafe? So your input is a little bit different, right? So you're gonna want to tap. You're gonna want to tap to keep a consistent roll. If you're going too quick, like you know, you're gonna want to tap, right? But you can definitely perform it with. Oh, here we go. Salute for you. 1 sec here. Data Warlock, thank you for the love, brother. What happened there? That's weird. Yes, brothers.
We would be honored if you would join us.
Go Bay. All right. No, I got him. Fight. I want to feel important again. All right, first one down. Vinominel. Where's Vinominel? Oh, he's here. Oh. Oh, it's a razor. Dropping. Why can't I target him? Kabuko Bay. Come fly, let's fly away. Nose towards enemy, fire. Things started to hum. That's 3. Alright, start with this one. Dictator Meow. Oh, he's here too. Saber's kind of tanky, but it sucks. So far, that's, what was that, 3 bounties? Oh, he's gonna warp off here. Hey, bud.
Do you need someone with a mantis?
I'll take a mantis, yeah, absolutely.
Give me 5 to hit the Grim.
Alright, that's the 4th bounty down. I'm gonna clean this server out. Michael 01. This guy is at Yela, Grimhex. Oh. That guy logged off. This guy is Orison. Alright, well, I've just taken out a whole bunch of them. I'm bringing law and order back to Stanton. We're gonna go in there. We're gonna get rid of all these illegal pyro immigrants. We're gonna get rid of them. There's gonna be none of them left. You gotta come to Stanton. You gotta go through the bounty process. We always say it. Illegal immigrants into Stanton, not allowed. We kept telling them, not allowed. Stay in pyro. So you'll have to use QT boost. I wonder if the altitude, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. In that small cafe. Not just now. What is that? What? What are those? Torpedoes? Huh. Weird. Oh, sandworms. Yeah, maybe. Someone put down their land claim. Nuke silos detected. Well, hello there.
Hello and good afternoon.
I'm just hunting bounties here. I've killed like 5 on this server already. Now I'm just
Rats.
chilling out here. I think I've successfully yeah. They're all gone except for one. And this guy is, where is this guy? This guy is on Hurston.
Are they in Klesher?
Nope, they're on like actually Hurston,
Oh.
which is rare.
Yeah,
I know.
I think last 3 bounties logged as soon as they saw me, and the one before that was a solo Idris.
I
and I was
know,
able to
dude.
take-
The whole logging off thing makes me so angry. Or backspacing, like you shoot them down, they just backspace. It's like, bruh, really?
Yeah.
You know?
I think I did have a, I did have an actual pseudo fight, but I soft killed them with a missile, and someone else hard killed them before I could take the before I could complete the bounty.
Quickly burning through my 10,000 deaths. Any tips to just keep pushing in PvP? Set your pace and just allow yourself 1%. Like, you just need to get better by 1%, man. Like, your shots are a little bit tighter today. There you go. That's your 1%, right? Don't underestimate how far you can go in a year, and don't overestimate how far you're going to go in a week. Just keep yourself in that mindset. So yeah, QT boost looks like a terrible idea. It's apart from Mastermode's model. The previous flight model was so much better.
We would be
Yeah, I
honored
mean,
if
I
you
don't know.
would
We'll
join
see. We'll
us.
see what happens, right? But I think respawn rates would be high if they know that they were clones. Thank you to whoever gifted me a sub. Yeah, copy that. So yeah, QT boost. I mean, we don't know until we try QT boost. Boost might be awesome, and it might feel great. So we don't know until we try it. So I'm gonna hold my assumptions on that one for sure. But I mean, we'll see. We will see. We will see. Oh, what's going on here? Oh, pfft. Of course. Of course, he's heading back right as I'm. Bruh. I was starting to go to Hurston and I realized I was crossing past them as I was in Quantum. I hope he doesn't make it to Graham. I might just, no, I might as well just fuck it. Because he just landed back at Crusader.
Have you ever tried to chase someone down who has like the slowest quantum drive, and they're traveling from like Arc Corp to Crusader, and you just have to wait?
I mean, sometimes, yeah, it definitely can feel that way where you're just like, bruh, you know? He's a fucking Grimhex. Unbelievable, dude. Every time with these guys, man. Sometimes I wonder with the timing, eh? I'm like, for quite a while I didn't move at all, and then as soon as I moved to Hurston, boom, he warps the Crusader. Sometimes I wonder.
And I wonder.
I should add like a 5-minute delay when I'm hunting. You know? Mm-mm-mm. Ba-na-na-na-na-na-na. Grogu, can you get off the computer, please? Off. There you go. He knows better. You know better, buddy. Maybe he'll leave Grimhex. He's thinking to go to SPK or something. Hey, Grogu. There's a Hornet here. NU-2. Another red contact. Okay, one down. Jean-Claude Van Damme. This guy is... Where is he? ArcCorp. This guy's also at ArcCorp. So two of them at ArcCorp. And then Skull Lord here at Grim. Really? My guy needs water. What's this station shooting at? All right. Seriously? It's pretty noticeable, right, Hood? I think it's pretty noticeable. But yeah, if you have bad frame latency on top of server latency, you will have bad time. Bad time, yes, my friend. Alright, let me run over and get some sustenance. Seek should ban people when they combat log. Well, that is gonna be hard because, you know, like I think they just need to have a timer mechanic where any kind of combat that you engage in should just be any combat you engage in just gives you a 10-minute log off timer. Right? You shoot at someone, you lock a missile on someone, 10 minutes. Right? No matter what you do, right? And backspacing will automatically count towards the bounty hunter.
That's a thought. Just backspacing at all with a bounty just attributes you to the closest bounty hunter if they're within X kilometers.
I agree. Like, it's just...
I struggle to think of a reason you can't just always have, like, a 1 or 2 minute logout timer.
5-minute timer,
You know?
man. I'm telling you. Anything you do, 5-minute timer. And certain areas, there should just be an automatic timer as soon as you enter it. Like you just can't log off. You know, like for example, like going into the like SPK, like you can't log off. You know, like if you're in SPK, it's a no log area. Like you have to be in open space. Like then you can, you know.
Yeah. It would also help tamp down on using logout as a free teleport to station.
Yeah, it's ridiculous like that. I mean, there's so many things about this game that need to start feeling like a game. Because if they don't, like, it just kills the experience, right? So, oh yeah, SC is not optimized at all. It's still alpha. Yep. There we go. Got my water back up to 100%. Alrighty. Then it's not going to solve everything at all. You can just minimalize with strong hardware. Yeah. Well, I mean, as time goes on, it seems like this Scholar guy's just standing around. Did I accept that friend request there, Enright?
I don't think so. It hasn't
Try.
gone through yet. I backed out to menu.
Oh, darn it. Yeah, I got nothing under pending here. Try again.
Okay, well here I'll. Oh, okay. Let's do that through the game then.
So are there any alien ships worthwhile? Alien ships worthwhile? Talon. Talon's probably the best alien ship right now. Got it. There you go.
Ah, perfect.
Excellent. Yeah, the Talon's probably the best alien ship right now.
Talon Shrike. Got it.
So, I mean, technically, it probably wouldn't be too bad, but the missiles are ridiculous right now, so. Okay, these guys are still at ArcCorp, so I'm going to go to ArcCorp. You know, grab your Mantis and follow me.
Yeah, I'm
We'll
at
see
Grim
if-
Hex right
Perfect,
now,
me too.
and I'll pull the Mantis.
Yeah, we'll see if we can't lasso this guy. Woohoo! Get these
Well,
boys.
They are working on the snare. Hopefully that'll actually work soon.
I mean, the snare works. It just doesn't work the way you think it does.
Sometimes.
So
Works.
it
Sometimes.
depends on what you mean by sometimes, right? So the snare has to be farther away. Like it has to be far away from any armistice zones because it's 20k radius. So if you're close to Grim, it won't go up. Right?
Yeah, what the snare or the QED? They're not quite the same thing.
So the QED, yeah. So the snare and the QED are different. The QED stops people going out of nav mode speeds and warping. So it's like a scram, almost like an Eve. And then the snare allows you to stay in nav mode, but also net everyone and stop them from warping, but they can stay in nav mode. So you can be in nav mode and they can be in nav mode. So it's like that. You use that for initial tackle if like you're trying to catch something, and then you transition straight to the dampener. Because you can be in nav mode, get up to them within 20k or 15k, and then drop out and switch on your dampener and you're good.
Yeah, room for a third?
Sure. Just add N-Rain and he'll send you an invite, I guess. We're hunting. We're hunting, boys. I miss flying my Cuddy Blue though. I used to hunt with the Cuddy Blue all the time, and now, yeah. So Willico and his RNG are poop stain on the game. Wait, what? What's
The RNG Wicklow stuff.
What's the RNG Wicklow stuff?
Oh, like the armor and the whatnot, and sometimes some of the ships you'll get are also.
Oh, I see. I don't even care about that stuff. I haven't taken nothing from him. I care so little. I care so little about the actual game, dude. It's so boring. Like, it's all about combat and flying ships, you know? I shot down an ace pilot NPC, and I almost cried. It was so easy, dude. It was so easy. So the wings look cool and the form is awesome, but for dog fights, I think the Gladius has a one-up. Said it's still random stuff you get every time.
There we go. Party invite sent.
Got it.
I'm currently loading in, so I might have to get another one.
No stress. I'll grab you in a minute. Just let me know when you're in.
Thank you very much.
Hold the Mantis, and eventually I'll be able to get through this elevator to a hangar.
The Mantis. What if my tail number is what shows on the radar?
Huh.
You know?
I doubt it, but that'd be cool.
Yeah, SI-98. So when you see me, tell me if it shows SI-9.
Roger.
Be kind of interesting. I hate the dildo nose on the Gladius. the dildo nose on the Gladius? I hate the dildo nose on the Archimedes. The ace helmet spawns are way too low. I know, yeah. Said, yeah, I talk red level pilot, and if don't spawn right away, I abandon it and try again, wipe and reset. I took the red level patrol, and it didn't spawn right away. I abandoned it and tried again, and wipes and repeat. Yep. All right, let's see. Let's see where this guy is. So he's just like, where is he? Yeah, he's just in space. Yeah, he's just in space.
Ready for invite.
Roger. Sent.
Try and line up.
Not getting anything yet.
Need that again there, Verdun?
Alright, so.
Yeah, I'm not receiving an invite.
Roger, we'll try again. This is from in-game, correct?
Yeah, I'm in game.
Okay. Let's do...
I joined on you.
Okay. Comms, friends, invite to party.
Right, 2.2 mil away. So how am I supposed to get here? Now what's in line?
Nope, nothing. Come on, Sig, social again. I will
Maybe
restart.
I need to get some fuel. There we go. I don't know how to get to this guy. It's going to be hard. Because he's off angle. Last day elsewhere. Teddy's Playhouse. Cuban mining. So yeah, the component bug is hopefully fixed in the patch that comes. Which component bug? So I've been using the F7CM Super Hornet lately, but haven't done much PvP. Is a good ship to bounty hunt with. I mean, I guess. I'd say yes, kinda. It's mid. It's very mid. It's very mid.
Left the game and loaded back in, and the invite was waiting for me.
There we go.
Well, I think he just moved.
Maybe see if I can get off the.
Okay, where is he going? Oh, he's going to the Pyro Gateway. Man, these guys. How convenient. And this guy's back at Grim. Yeah. And Skull Lord is, so there's two guys at Grim. And one guy that's headed for the gateway that we're not going to be able to catch. He's already there. Okay, back to Crusader. Back to Crusader. And back to Crusader now.
Magic.
I wish we could hunt stuff in Pyro too, eh?
There's no player bounties in Pyro.
Well, there's no comm relay, so there's no way to find them. And there's no way to...
Do comm relays still function in Stanton as they did? I haven't seen a comm be down in a long time.
I mean, they're super glitchy right now. They are super glitchy. Yeah, gotta jump through the gate. Jump through the gate.
Would you prefer a buck or a Santok Yai?
Oh, buck. Yeah, not even a question. Buck's useful.
I figured. Wanted to ask.
I'd run. If I were you, I'd run full CF build on it. So Rhino on the top, 2 Panthers, 2 Bulldogs. That's what I would run. Said in Pyro, it should be called "quote unquote" hits rather than bounties or something to slate. No, let them be bounties. Let people crime stat who flee to Pyro be hunted by bounty hunters in Pyro. And that's the only way to get people out of Pyro and into prison, you know? I just think that would be super fun. It's just the way that you hunt the bounties is much different, you know?
I just called my own hangar and I get down here and there's 2 people running around like cockroaches the moment I show up.
Yeah. Shoot them.
God, I would never.
Right, Monarch? So the Zeus ES came out with 4 size 3 shields. They won't even fit. Not the spinal mount on the buck. Hi, new flight model ? Will be a YouTube video. Yep, I'm gonna edit that reaction and put some memes on it, entertain you guys, and pull out the really important stuff and pull out some of the complaining. Just give you guys the good stuff. The good stuff. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's mostly positive for me, but I've lost a lot of trust in CIG's ability to execute. So at this point, I'm pleasantly just like kind of sitting back like, okay, prove to me that you can make this happen, because right now I'm very much neutral. I'm very neutral on it. I like the ideas that they're talking about. I like, the motion that they're going in, but I felt kind of like the same way about master modes when it first, when they had the ideas of master modes and stuff. And, yeah, we all know how that worked out. We all know how that worked out. Said, so don't use spinal mount on the Buccaneer. Yeah, use the size 4 Rhino. Previous flight model, having more guns was better than having larger guns. Now, having larger guns is more important than having bigger guns.
I don't believe I have a Rhino sitting around, so I'll take an attrition 4. That's the best I've got.
Alrighty. Giddy, thank you for the 11 months, buddy. Appreciate you. Oh, that bounty is gone as well. This guy's at Grimhex. Let's see what we got. Oh. Here we go. 4 more bounties just popped up. Alright, let's see what we got. Jardani. Arcorp, just somewhere in the middle of nowhere. Commander Wolfie is Aberdeen. Klesher. Why does it show like Rump Doodle? Oh, this guy is active around Yellow. He's 200 kilometers from me right now. You want to warp to me and get your dampener up?
Can do.
Let's make it happen, baby. All right, I'm moving best speed towards the target. He's probably doing a Vaughn mission. Doing a Vaughn mission. Said, not too much without joining the verse or being here on stream. I lost my PC motherboard. Oh no! And my life has changed a lot in the last 6 months. I'm happy to be here even if I can't play for the moment. Well, don't worry, brother. I'm getting you all the good content. We're giving it to you straight, baby. I mean, my hope is that the new flight model allows us to bring a lot more of the skill expression and enjoyment of flight back, like it used to be. With some much needed adaptations to make it, just make it better. What do you guys think he's gonna? I think he's probably gonna be a Connie. Probably a Connie.
Doing Vaughn?
Yeah, it's a pretty popular ship.
Maybe. I was gonna say, yeah, that's probably not a bad guess for Vaughn missions.
I paid $350 for the Asgard because it's actually a good hauler and the guns aren't that bad. Oh no. I'm sorry you spent $300 on that, my friend. I always tell people, like, if you're gonna spend money on Star Citizen, ask yourself, like, if you spent $300 on a ship and you don't have sticks, Track IR5, the latest motherboard and graphics, like all that stuff, you wasted your money. You should always spend your money on equipment and stuff that's gonna make the experience better. And then the ships themselves, though, like, it's just pointless,
Okay, out.
Like, I don't know why SIG doesn't have like a unique, like SIG special stick, like, you know, like a Star Citizen VKB stick, you know, or Star Citizen Verpal stick.
They'd make so much bank.
They would make so much money, dude. Oh, you just warped off to Daymar. How much money do you think is needed to enhance the experience in an analog sense? What do you mean? He's a Connie.
I'm guessing by analog he means sticks. How much money is the minimum to spend to get a return on investment on sticks? I'm guessing.
Oh, VKBs. Nice. Oh, there's an Asgard here. Yeah, that guy got the bounty. All right, let's see here. Well played, my friend. Well played. That guy is at ArcCorp. Okay, that guy's at.
Why will the QD not go on? It is powered. I'm clicking the QD.
Oh. Cooper is. Around Microtech. Oh, yikes. This guy is at Aberdeen, so another guy at Aberdeen. Oh, that guy's at Vivair. Oh, do I have to go all the way back to Hurston again?
Should I turn around?
Well, it's part of the life of a bounty hunter.
Oh yes. Okay.
Going back to Hurston. Going to Vivair.
Roger.
Gray Zone Warfare. Thanks, Daryl. Have a good one, buddy. Thanks for coming.
I am not having a good time trying to. I test fired the QD and it worked in Dead Space, but right now I can't even get it to turn on. It's fully powered.
Where are you? Are you close to
Floating
anything
above
that's...
Daymar.
Okay, so make sure sometimes you had to fiddle with your power, but also you should be worrying about the dampener, not the snare. Dampener is what we need. Snare is good for pulling people out of quantum, and then you transition to the dampener. But since we're not snaring and setting up traps, then just pull a dampener and get in range, and you got them. Do you think cap ships will still be more oppressive next patch when the changes to torpedoes and ramps on the Idris having more hit points than a hammerhead? It seems the only option is to slug through the whole HP pool. Torps need to be locked, and even in the Idris come off one decoy. They also have PDCs. The ramp might as well not open, so boarding is not an option. Yeah, so like capital ship warfare next patch is going to be super boring and super just numbers based. It's like, oh, you know, to kill a, again, because they've taken away our ability to dumbfire size 9s from Eclipses. They've taken our ability away to dumbfire with players' torpedoes. So the only way to effectively apply torpedo damage was to do it manually, and they've taken that away because they got to sell Idrises, and they don't want to make a game full of dumbfiring torpedoes, which I think is hilarious because it was one of the only things that made capital ships like kind of skill based. Now, capitals are literally spreadsheets in space. The requirement of skill to fly capital is so unbelievably low. It's not even funny, you know. Like you could probably train a monkey in a zoo to be a good player's pilot. Legit, you could probably do that, you know. And I'm not even kidding. Like a chimp could fly an Idris. So where they go from here, who knows? But I mean, Idrises in general, man, are like the ultimate expression of like, I don't want to fly, I just want to win.
Well said.
I mean, it's the hard truth, man. It really is, you know. And they keep taking away our ability to engage them instead of giving us tools to engage them. They just keep taking stuff away. It's like, where are my space bombs? Like, where are my size 10 A2 bombs that I can fire in space manually at my targets? You know, why you put bombs on a Gladius, but you don't allow us to drop them in space? It makes no sense to me. You know, I should be able to fly directly towards my target, drop the bombs, and just have them click off the ship, and then I pull away, and the bombs just sail on the trajectory I set them on. You know, and PDC should not be able to see them because they have no signature, because they're bombs. They're dead in space. You know, so I mean, all these things to me make total sense, but CIG doesn't seem to want to do that. They want to make everyone, they want to force everybody into this long, boring, like pew 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 pew. So I don't know. Yeah, the next iteration of Flight Count Grogu, stop. Yeah. So the only bot option for left stick that isn't from VKB is Winwig and Verpal. Yeah. So, and you make the fighter bombs real money only for a month, so they're greedy. Yeah, I know. Yeah, like how greedy can you be? Like, come on, guys, really? You know, like haven't we learned from Voyager Direct? You know, for those of you folks who don't remember that, CIG pulled this shit before. They added a store page called Voyager Direct, and you could literally buy weapons and gear directly with money. And it got flamed so hard that they took it down. They're like, oh, sorry. And they gave everyone whatever weapons and stuff they bought. They honored it and said, okay, you bought it, it's fine. But they said, never again, guys. We'll never do that again. And then lo and behold, they're selling bombs and bomb racks. They're selling like they just lie through their teeth sometimes. You know?
Once again, asking for your financial support.
Yeah, it's like, dude, I would rather them set a goal and say, guys, you know, we need 2 million more. Like, can we make it happen? Like, instead of like, I don't know. I'm a big believer in you got to be honest to your community, and I think a lot of times CIG they really abuse that trust, and they're gonna keep abusing it, man. They're gonna find themselves in a rough spot. What the hell? What am I looking at?
A chunk of a not star, refueling ship.
Heads up behind you. I think that's a Polaris.
Oh yeah, well I got him.
Nice.
Yeah, there's a Polaris here that's red.
Oh, so I was worried about.
What the fuck? If awesome, I can shoot the door open and land on him.
A lot of people here. There's a Hornet too. What do you say the number on the back of yours was? Started with SI?
SI, yeah.
Yeah, that is indeed your
really?
your tag.
That's kind of cool.
SI9894OT.
That's the one, yeah. Cool.
How about that?
So the all right.
Oh.
See if I can get the doors to open. Wait, I got a crime stat, but he's red! That doesn't make any sense. That's weird.
I normally get friendly warnings when I'm shooting a red person, but not necessarily a crime stat. That's
Well,
weird.
that's whatever. Fuck it.
Oh, maybe the ship's owner doesn't have a crime stat, but it's just someone on board.
Maybe. I'm just gonna shoot at him, see if I can get him to open his doors. Shoot the rear shields down, then we'll shoot the doors open. Oh, this is a hornet here. I'll deal with that hornet.
Buddy spike.
There we go. Got one down. I think
That's
something
you.
might be behind me here. Murder.
Oh, my frames.
Mm-hmm. Bum, ba, bum, bum, bum. Aw, PDCs, bro. So lame. Try to keep shooting the rear shields down.
Oh, right. Default engine. Default power pips.
Well, he's shooting back with the turret gunner. Mm-hmm. How do you believe disconnected CIDs regarding heavy fighters? Yeah, I know that really ticked me off, not gonna lie. Yeah, let's keep focusing on the rear shield here.
We'll go.
This is going to be what capital fights are going to feel like in a little bit.
Oh no, I have a crime stat for interdicting them.
Can't believe
Oh
you've done
no,
this.
Whatever will I do?
I'm engaging this saber that's here. Get pancaked.
You got him.
Got him. Oh no, he's getting his rear shields back up. No, no.
That'll be gone next week. It'll be back
Whoa.
to roving gangs, fighters.
What's whoa?
Eating everything up.
Something hit me. Well, I'm getting hit by something, and my frames are up. I'm mobility compromised as well.
Ripperoni pizza.
Take off and see if I can't find somewhere to repair.
Yeah, killing big ships like this takes forever. Beep, 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 beep. Any other fighters around here?
That's a nice.
Oh, there's a Talon of some type here. Is that you in the Talon? No?
Not me.
Okay, killing it. One less Talon. Oh, he got his rear shields back
Live
up.
Cuddy Black on the ground, November Sierra.
That's whatever. Can't be bothered to shoot a players right now. Can't believe how disconnected CIG is regarding heavy fighters. Yeah, they just seem to not get it, dude. They just don't get it, man. Nice if we had an A2 or something, we could just throw a bomb at it.
Now what? My quantum's burnt out. I can't spool it.
Quantum's burnt
Sorry, I
out.
put my interdictor on. That's why.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. You can drop the interdiction for now until he starts to try to make his way out of the atmosphere, and then...
I didn't realize you were on
Roger.
site. Sorry about that.
Dude, what am I looking at? What is that?
Yep, that did it.
Oh, that's a raft. Alright, well, I mean, I can't be bothered to get a big capital destroying ship, so we'll just chill here until something shows up to kind of save it.
Good, I'm clear of the area.
Okay, it's starting to move, so... Oh, what's he doing? He's hitting the ground like a goober. What the hell? Just want him to start moving around so we can start engaging it here. Now you can interdict him. Because now he's kind of trying to make his way up into orbit. I can start working on his shields now. Love how PDCs can hit me from like kilometers away. Come on. Come on. Okay, I got him looking at me now. Like an SCM, 200 meters per second. You literally can't even avoid PDCs at 2 kilometers, like without afterburner. That's crazy, man. There's a Connie here.
With him, looks like.
We'll let the Connie shoot at him. We'll help the Connie out. Rock the boat. That Connie needs to focus on the rear shields, which he's not doing. Connie's trying to focus on the front shields like a goober. What is going on here? Oh! The players just rammed the Connie.
I mean, if you have the weight to throw around.
Oh my gosh, bro.
First rule of the skies, tonnage.
That sounds right.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, that's like hitting a smart car with an MRAP.
Yeah, I know, eh?
Oh, dang it, you hopped the curb.
Solo player. God damn it, Bobby!
Shit, I landed 25k repair on the buckle. Is there anything left?
Yeah, you got him interdicted?
I do.
Nice, nice, nice. I'm just gonna stay at range here and drop his rear shields.
He boosted within 3 kilometers of me for a minute, and I was like, yeah, nah, I'm gonna face away.
Yeah.
And,
Excuse me, sir. We need to talk to you about your ship's extended warranty.
Social distancing, Polaris.
Yep. Polaris COVID protocol.
Social distancing Polaris. Oh my goodness. Alright, slowly working his rear shields down. Oh, and he's shield cycling. Don't you dare. Don't you dare.
Oh no.
No, don't you dare, you son of a gun.
Scum.
Still haven't gotten a confirm on whether or not that's fixed.
Oh man, it is.
Oh,
And it's
that-
gonna change everything. Like that right there has made capital ship combat so terrible. Is you just like, oh, I'm just gonna flick my shields and just get it all back.
Completely pointless, waste of time to fight them, yes.
Yeah, like it's just fucking pointless, dude. Oh, I got him, guys. Oh. Why is there a Connie looking at me? No, don't look at me. Look at the Polaris. Looks like I've got to kill this Connie. He's chosen to shoot at me instead of the Polaris. Now he must.
Shucks.
Now he must die.
You have chosen Paul.
All right, there we go. That's it. I've got behind him. Fight's over. He's got. He did not bring any. Oh, he brought a turret gunner. What a silly boy. But he brought a turret gunner on the top dorsal side, so I'll just stay on his ventral side. I now live here, my friend. Just took his little Archimedes off the back. Oh, that's weird, desync.
Oh yeah.
And now I live here. Turrets are such a turrets are such a suggestion, dude.
What's the recommended follow distance for that Polaris?
That Polaris's top follow distance?
No, I mean, how close should I keep to it?
Oh,
My question.
you got 12k radius, right? So as long as you're like 6k away, you're fine. It can't target you with missiles or something silly, right?
6K with hand on the flare button. Got it.
Yeah. 6k with the hand on the flare button, yeah. Oh, this guy thinks he can warp away. What? Is dampening not up?
Dampening's up, but I'm following the Polaris.
Oh, I
He's not
wonder
PK away.
where's the Polaris then?
Polaris is 6K from me, heading up as fast as he can boost.
Where is? Oh yeah, he might have been pretty far yet. Let's go towards end rain.
Bloody spike.
All right, let's go. Sit on the Polaris, wait for his friends to come save him.
Avengers, is this an open party?
Yeah, you want to come in and dunk this guy?
Yep, sending friend request.
Yep.
Oh, who's this? I think I'm party lead. So
Yeah,
The awkward
add
heady.
add end rain, and then what are you gonna bring?
Whatever you need.
Do you have an eclipse?
Ooh, all but that.
Bro.
Let me rephrase.
Do you have a Polaris?
Any light fighter.
Do you have a Polaris?
I do not know.
No, rip. I guess I could suicide and then just grab my Polaris from Grim and come back, and you could run my torpedoes, and we could just dunk this guy.
Can do.
But it depends on. Do you guys want to see that on the stream, or what do you guys want to do? Hold him and make him suffer, or hit him with a Polaris torpedo? I'll let you guys decide on the stream. Test you
Caesar
all
asked the
cast.
Coliseum crowd. Thumbs up or thumbs down.
Yeah, torpedo. Okay, I think the tribe has spoken. I'm gonna respawn a Grim, and then I will just pull my Polaris. Just hold him.
Roger.
Hold him.
Not a scratch on that buck. Not a scratch.
Can't believe you done this. Just trying to get some distance here. Yeah, it should let me go soon. There we go. Mm-hmm.
12-kilometer range. That can just... You can just ruin someone's gameplay with that.
It's
They
gonna
keep
warp
away.
off.
Fine rain. Friend request sent.
Roger.
All right. So awkward. Get to Grim, and I will put you on board my Polaris.
All right. Are you in
Hurt.
game, awkward?
Yeah, I am. I'm in A18, so it's gonna be a minute.
Okay.
Do you
No, but I
need
mean,
electronics?
he's coming for me. You sneaky fucker.
You is a motherfucker, you is.
Prepare yourselves. Time for torpedoes.
Buddy Spike, no one else around.
Invite sent.
Accepted. Thank you.
Awkward Hetty, welcome.
I'm using this opportunity to practice orbiting the Polaris. Decoupled.
All right. Awkward, are you in party and at Grim?
I'm in party and at A18.
Oh.
Yeah, I was in Pyro, so I had to reset.
What's your clone set to?
A18.
Bruh.
I was in
Well,
Pyro.
then go to Hurston, and
Yep.
I will just pick you up at Hurston.
Understood.
Unless Kraut, unless you want to jump on board.
I can do that. I'm at Grim and Eclipse, but I can land and hop on the board.
Just jump on board. Yeah,
Polaris.
there we go. So then, awkward. Just bring a fighter of your choice, preferably an interceptor, and then meet us at Hurston.
Understood. Hey, while I got you, I've been wondering, what's your opinions on the 325E or A or whichever one it is?
The 325s have always been too large and too brittle. So even though they're actually not that bad, they just they can't trade and they're not as fast. Like they're always like just worse in every way, you know, than something else. Like a Buccaneer is faster and more damage, and you know, M50 is faster, more damage, or less damage but faster and smaller. Yeah, there's just so many, like they're just kind of the in between of all the interceptors, and they're just bad at nothing, or they're good at nothing and bad at nothing, you know.
But it's got a bed and wine glasses.
Right,
Just saying.
you do have a bed, but the Avenger Titan is better than the 325.
I can understand that. Okay.
Yeah, the Avenger Titan is actually pretty good. It's like almost fighter tuned, you know, but still has like pretty good speeds.
125?
The 125A is actually really good. Like the 125A has fighter turn rate with interceptor speeds. I'm not even kidding.
Bed.
And it has two size 3s. And it has bed.
A1, do we want to change plans? I get my Polaris and you a fighter. You can land in a hangar, and yeah.
Well, I already pulled it, so let's just go. Fuck it.
Okay.
Fuck it.
The
tribe has spoken. They want to see torpedoes, and we shall give the crowd what they want.
I think he's coming back down to Aberdeen.
I mean, you could put your fighter in my hangar, and then...
Yeah, I can spawn my Archimedes at any size 0 pad, though, so... Or M50, so it's all good. We can just spawn it when we're at Hurston.
Who else do I need to... Here, actually, I should make Infradyne party lead, because I'm trying to orbit this thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, preferably someone that's not actively...
Yeah. Who is this now?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I'm trying to not die to the Polaris.
Yeah, maybe just give party lead to one of the boys.
Roger.
Preferably Kraut.
He's not even in party, though. So.
All right. Then give it to me, and I will invite Kraut, and then give it to Kraut.
Roger.
Are you guys gonna join?
Sure.
Jack grab.
Yep. Bring a buck.
There, A1, your lead.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Invite to Kraut.
Got it.
Your group leader. Alrighty. Time for torpedoes.
Spending all that time in the middle of that dampener bubble can't be good for your health.
I know, eh? The radiation just like.
It's just like sitting with the in the back of a Nyala with those T-bars and the ECM on. Like, man, that's a lawsuit.
All right, jump on board, Crow.
I'm hurrying.
Apparently the Talon is getting its wings buffed next patch too.
Oh, they break off kind of easy.
Did you see the list of buffs? It's like a page of everything. It's just
For the
bits
Talon.
and bobs.
Yeah.
It's already so good.
The Talon? I mean, we'll see what happens.
It looks good. I just wish they fixed the.
I was using it the other night, and it was. I mean, it's like a Gladius, but a little worse. But still.
It's like a Gladius, but a little worse.
Last I remember playing, it was about on par with the Saber, almost identical in most ways.
Well, with its wings getting buffed, hopefully this will bring it back into the public eye.
God, can you imagine those wings in like aerodynamics and flight and control surfaces?
Oh God.
I hope they flap around.
God, no.
Make that its control surfaces.
Wow.
I mean, I do hope the wings are control surfaces. There's no way they don't do that, right?
Well,
I mean,
who's gonna tell them?
Oh, I've got a Gladiator closing on my position.
Yeah. Can I think you should have 1 or 2 fighters there with you, right?
I don't see anyone.
Uh-oh. There was a buck that was with me.
Moist Avocado. I have now interdicted him.
Oh,
It's less
well,
than
try to stay alive as best you can here.
Roger.
We're on the way.
I'm not getting anyone on scope.
Yeah, if you're in a fighter, guys, go over there and help our boy.
Oh, there he is.
Moist Avocado
Very
is
good.
in a Gladiator.
I forget Gladies exist.
Yeah, the gladiators are. That's
Cool
like the Hawk.
looking ship.
I-
Just ineffective.
I never understood why they don't give gladiators again space bombs. Like, why can't we have dumbfire space bombs like fired from gladiators, or specifically dumbfire torpedoes that gladiators are designed to fire?
Okay,
You know?
manned, armed, and ready.
Thank you. We probably should have tested it, but we'll see.
Is he missiling you?
Ella, is there a new version? So there is a new version of the flight model that is going to be coming soon, TM. And we were talking about it today because they had an SCL live, and Yogi was in there talking to a lot of folks. So it's going to be interesting, to say the
Definitely
least.
cut that out of the stream and make it its own video. I watched through it and thought it was pretty informative.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a YouTube video and then just kind of go over some of the big points. Maybe cut out some of the memes, and just go over the big points, and then do some editing. You know,
All right, he's shooting at us.
add some zoom ins. You know, Grogu. Did you stop?
Sorry, who's getting funny late at the moment?
Stop.
That's me. Who wants some?
No.
I'm just gonna send you a quick invite, crowd.
No. No. You asked for this. You attacked my foot. You attacked my foot first. That's not fair. He's like, I want food now.
Is this guy dog shit?
Uh-oh.
Happens to the best of us.
Bruh.
Whoa.
Invite sent.
Thanks, I'll grab it in game.
I'm gonna miss dumbfiring. Not gonna lie.
There he lit me up.
I am gonna miss.
It's time to switch to dumbfire bombs.
I know. Like, we should. I don't know why they don't give us dumbfire like mechanics.
Well, we have them on the Gladius, right?
Yeah, but in space though, like, it's one thing to do it in atmosphere, but like, we should be able to throw them in space as well.
I have a theory about that. We
Why?
can talk about it later.
What do you mean theory about that?
I will tell you later.
Are you talking about like a gimmicky way to get them to work in space? You're not
let's
talking
say
about throwing them out the back like mines, are you?
let's say me and Anderson had some thoughts on testing already.
Yeah, but even if it does work, let's say, for whatever...
It worked. Pretty effective.
Okay, well... Come on, Polaris, go faster.
I have a feeling that I know the train of thought you're taking on this.
It's got to be mines. They're probably throwing them at the back of a Cuddy Blue or something. They're like, yeah, take a bomb.
More crazy.
Put them in a
Sorry,
cutter.
Crack, can you resend that invite, please?
Are you doing the Jihad Polaris, or sorry, the you just load a bunch of A2 bombs in a Pisces and fly it into the ship?
No. So who wants an invite?
Send it to where though? 27, please.
We're at Aberdeen now.
Okay.
We're gonna go throw a torpedo
I'm
at this guy.
down.
Yeah, go.
And Jagrav sent you
Right
a
as we
request,
fucking
Crow?
showed up. Did we
Why
have
did he
no?
dip?
Did we have no fighters?
Yeah, I just hit Hurston, so it'll be a minute.
Rip. Rip Baroni Pete. What hit you?
I was trying to stay between the Gladiator and the Polaris, and no dice. He did indeed gank me with those size 4s. They hit like
He hard avoided me.
You realize?
Pretty new to this.
Yeah. So I'll show you some tips. Are you flying decoupled?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how to boost gasp?
Not really.
So boost gasping is when you keep your flight profile very forward, and you just like boost, let go, boost, let go, boost, let go. And what you do is you actually end up staying at around 450, 500 without really losing any boost at all. So you're able to kind of stay at a high speed without losing any energy. A Gladiator literally cannot catch you because it has to dump its whole boost just to be able to maintain. And if it does try to close on you, you just hold your boost down, gain the distance you want, and then continue to boost gasp and permanently hold range.
Did you die, Rain? You soft kill?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm soft death. So let's see if
that Polaris is still on grid. Was it close to you?
In a gravity well? I'm indeed in gravity well. All right.
Yeah, this guy's still coming after me.
Infrared, do you have eyes on the Polaris?
No, the Gladi is on me hard now.
So
He's
the Polaris
not
ran
happy.
away?
I believe so.
Bruh. Well, all that for nothing. Maybe he'll show up again. Wonder where he went.
Crowd, can Jagrav get a party invite?
Yep.
Oh, no! Oh, I found him!
Found what?
I think he just jumped in right next to me. Oh, no, that's y'all. Never
That's
mind.
me, yeah. I was gonna say.
Jesus.
I see WP and a Gladiator.
Missile lock?
Take missiles, you son of a gun.
How many flares for the buck?
I would use 3 minimum.
Because the sand
Hey,
talk.
Jack doesn't have a buck. What else can I come with? I got a Gladius.
Bring whatever you want, dude.
Alright.
Alright. Pew pew.
Staying in the 600 then.
Did you say 600i?
Yeah.
Don't come in that. Don't come in that.
Okay,
Don't be
all
dumb. Oh my goodness.
Alright, I'm going back. You said whatever I wanted, but I'm coming
Okay,
back.
I didn't expect pure autism. I expected like, you know. Can I
Just a little bit.
can I bring my Drake?
Than I thought.
Oh, wow, he is mad at me.
All right.
I have a carrier pedal close by, so I'll bring that.
Jump on the main turret there, Kraut. I'll just nav up to him here, and you can shoot him. Something fired EMs at us.
He's still on me. He is a very unhappy camper.
Okay, what's firing EMs at us?
looks like... I can't see what that is.
Something behind us.
I'm on grid now.
Friends.
Whatever it is, it's wasting its torpedoes.
Missiles, you mean?
Eyes on a Valkyrie, DC?
That would check. I saw shitty nose on profile. I didn't recognize, but that would track.
There it is, WP
I'll be
right in front of
back.
us.
I'll expedite the Mantis.
WP? Gotcha.
Eyes on, 3K.
Get a little closer here. The game looks like Colony Wars on crack. Oh, there it is. Valkyrie. DC-9. Shoot him with the main guns. Whoa. All right, he wants to play. He wants to play chicken. Let's play chicken.
How many missiles does the Gladi have?
The Gladius?
The Gladiator. He's been missing me a lot.
There we
I'm running
go.
out of flares, but I might be out now. Oh, here comes another.
Yeah, there we go. Get some main guns on him here. Looks like they're getting hits. There we go. That's a hit.
He might be on y'all now because he's not on me right now.
Oh yeah, it's fine. The Polaris isn't exactly. Oh.
I'm on WP still, the Gladiator.
He's down. Get him! Ooh. Ew. Ew.
No, you must die.
Ew. Wow. How many hits does this thing take once it's in soft death?
Star Lancer tack. Is he? No way. He's after you.
Star Lancer attack.
Oh, are we getting interdicted?
I hope so. Makes things fun.
999. Yeah, we are.
Prepare
Yeah,
yourselves.
we sure are.
I see ZW. Get ZW. 12 o'clock.
CW.
This Gladius finally decided to engage me. WP.
W, Roger.
Yeah, there you go. Nice, good hit. Good hit. Good hit. Good hit. Oh.
Get him in front of us.
I am a whale.
I know. Get slim.
Oh, we shot the crap out of him. Oh, Star Lancer attack. That's an easy kill. Spin, spin, and engage him here. All the bobs are coming out of the woodwork. Get him! The HP-3.
8 decoys left. We're on the tack.
Yep. We can handle the attack and the Polaris. Do you want to get a torpedo ready on him? Get down to the torpedo room.
What is current target?
Get down to the torpedo room. Just pick a target. It's whatever.
All right.
Be careful. The PDCs will fire at you.
Understood.
Let me know when you've.
Oh, am I?
Oh, he's running away.
Don't go nowhere, tack. Stay here.
Yeah, I got a missile on him here.
Torpedo manned.
Ow, 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 ow.
What is this here?
Yep. I think that's your PDC.
He's just running. The attack's just running out of your Mantis net right now. Trying to peel his thrusters off.
I see. I'm gonna get a missile on him here. Going in a nav after him here. Oh, he warped.
Okay.
Tack's gone.
Man.
WP's still on grid, the Gladius.
All right, we'll go for ZB then. Actually, load 1 torpedo. I have an idea.
I'm ready.
ZB.
Stand by.
Cutty black.
Okay, fire.
F9 fire?
Yeah, and hopefully the PDCs will click it. Oh, okay, almost. Alright, get to a turret then.
Oh, this saber is just getting chewed up. Suck it, dude.
Saber life.
Whee. There's an A2.
Can rag on some of these guys if you want.
Alright, we got A2s trying to throw bombs at us here, so we're gonna get some altitude.
Let me try and hit that A2. One sec. What's the code on the A2?
I'm not sure.
So,
Not sure.
oh, A2 CT?
Yeah, looks like I see him behind us here.
Should go to a team fight in a cutty. Is that a cutty?
There we go. We're in space now, so he can't.
Splash. Oh, got an arrow. Man, what is happening?
Only
great.
I was in a fighter. They'd all be dead.
I could land and you could take my M50.
Yeah, I could stop for a minute here. Let's see if we can get this. See if we can get this WP guy here.
Alright, ZB ran off. I'm rejoining.
Yeah.
Arrows peeled.
ZW. Go for the ZW guys so that we just take the interdiction off the field in case we need to reposition.
Understood. The bomber's coming at you again right now.
Oh, I see it. Why do I have an Idris on scan? Plausible deniability.
That's me, I'm shooting that one. Yeah.
Oh, I thought that was an enemy Idris. I'm like, ooh, here we go.
The interdiction is a Guardian QI.
Going for ZW.
Yeah.
He just turned his QI off.
Yeah, just hunt him down and kill him.
27 gigamilkers out and incoming.
Okay. Alright, get to the main... actually, get to the top gun. They're, like, don't worry about the ballistic main gun. It fucking blows.
You're not interdicted anymore.
Did you kill him?
Nah, he quantum turned it off and quantumed out.
Oh, okay. Well,
shoot him up pretty good.
See if I can get it. Ram this guy.
Gladiator hit,
Almost got him.
Got him.
Is that Spirit? CT?
Yep.
Going for the A2 next. A1. CT.
Yeah.
Welcome.
VTOL'd that turn. Oh, he's running. Let me know when you're on the top turret.
I'm going for the shot. And light him up.
Alright. You on the top turret?
Not yet, not yet. Sitting down now. Port side upper turret.
God, capital ship gameplay is so fucking boring, dude.
Alright, A1 nav's out.
Yeah, I'm fucking bored. I'm gonna grab my snub fighter, and then load it up, and then we'll come back. So, who wants to fly the Polaris?
I can do so if you want, but without a crew, it doesn't really.
Yeah, we can give you somebody.
Guardians back on scan, ZW.
Yeah.
Keeps this arrow on me.
Can we get somebody to run torpedoes here with Kraut? Anybody?
Jag can come over.
Who's I can come over?
Jagrev can come over to the Polaris.
Are you on grid?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. Come over to
On my way.
Polaris, and then I will spawn my Archimedes. And
Body
then we'll get this party started here. Colony wars on crack. I don't know. These are just bobs. They're free fall. Like they're like in all bob ships.
Yeah, if I can beat them, they're not good.
Yeah, it's not like it's a PvP crew or anything.
Nope.
I'm still surprised we kicked that much of a, well, carpenter bee's nest at best.
I just really wish like the turret gameplay and like the interplay between fighters and big ships just felt so much more fun, you know? A lot of times it ends up just feeling like they can't kill us, we can't kill them. It's just like whatever, you know? Just like
we can kill them. Well, till they fly away.
Yeah, I mean it's.
But at that point, I mean, if you run them off, you've essentially succeeded in the engagement. Honestly.
I mean, I guess. I mean, they ran us off because I'm bored. It's a big difference.
Yeah.
I'm literally like this is not fun. And we even killed like what? We killed the Valkyrie. Sorry, the Asgard. What else did we kill? We killed the Asgard. We killed something else. The Guardian.
Did we kill the Guardian?
I'm pretty sure. Didn't we?
I think it just peeled off. We had a lot of stuff just run off as soon as it dropped shields or started taking hull damage.
That's why we bring our Mantis.
Can I stick my Gladius in that Polaris?
Nope.
Excuse me?
Oh, black
I'm on site with an Idris if you want on board.
Yeah, you can land on the Idris, not the Polaris. I wonder if I can.
I'm happy with that arrow. Awkward.
I wonder if I can.
Yeah. He's not a threat, but he's jousting me over and over. There he goes.
Oh, I just hit the rail gun. Arrow with the rail gun. Wow.
Did you kill it?
Wow. Yeah, he killed it. He splatted it.
That's awesome.
Wow. Okay.
All right.
Is this 00 Saber one of us?
Catching flies with chopsticks.
Right. All right, I'm gonna go grab my Archimedes.
Buck practice certainly isn't gonna hurt me.
We might just take the fight here, depending on how many guys show up. I feel like we should still go back because the server. I think they allocate server resources to those OLPs, right? So probably be a little bit better if we just go there.
Sorry, who's trying to land inside right now?
You know, me, and I just want to. Yeah, I just. Yeah.
Gotcha. Spawn.
There's a Gladius in the front too if you want to take that.
I'm coming up in a second. Kraut.
Those are those the size 0 pads? Where are the size 0 pads here? Also, why is my guy like? Is there like really high gravity here?
They're right in front of you. They're right in front of the Polaris.
Wait, the pads? The size 0 pads? Oh, they're right there.
Yeah,
I see them.
right in front of the.
Yeah, I see them. Yeah, I see them. I'll spawn my Archimedes. So Kraut,
who's the Buccaneer and who is coming on board right now?
Infrared is one of our boys.
Okay.
Jag is coming on board.
Do you have a snub there, Infrared?
I have an Archimedes.
You do? Do you know how to fly it?
About as well as I know how to fly the Buck, which is to say not.
Do you want the Gladius that I brought in?
Nope.
There's a Gladius and an M50 on the Idris.
Nope. Yeah, a Gladius should not be on the Idris. Or sorry, on the Polaris. On the Polaris. That's fine. I'm just spawning my Archimedes here. It's fine. It's whatever. We're gonna go back to the OLP and just stick around.
Yeah, I can.
Mantis on station OLP.
Yeah.
Looks like there's a unknown Saber behind this Idris. No party marker.
Apollo, yes,
Right,
we did.
right.
Trust me. Yes, we did. Finally get to fly my Archimedes, man. I love my Archimedes, dude.
Scares me how fragile it is.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter because you're not going to get hit if you're doing it right.
I know how to do it right. But I learn.
Yeah, if you learn it, it's pretty rough. You make one mistake and you're just like dead.
Oh, request delivery. Sweet. No timer.
All right. Oh, we'll see about that, Apollo. We'll see about that. We'll see. I'm very neutral on CIG because I lost a lot of respect and confidence with them after this last little debacle they had with, with master modes, all that stuff. So I'm neutral. I like the ideas that they brought up. I like that they are going to address some things, and then we're just going to see. But then Yogi says like, oh, fights are going to be at 300 meters per second, and if that's the case, then we're fucked. Like I'm not even gonna. All right, open up. Open up. Beep beep. And then we'll take us back to
City opening.
whatever. What's the what's the one we were at? What old
Vivier?
Vivier, yeah.
Where do you want me for now, Kraut?
Where we want right now, mana turret. As long as we don't need the torps,
There you go.
we can go where we want.
Okay, we're good. Lock it up, and
Closing.
let's head over to Vivier. Ta-da! Prepare yourselves, men. Remember, 2 rules with Archimedes. Don't take duels unless you know what you're doing. And in your case, you don't know what you're doing, so we're going to not take duels and just focus on the target that I call out and engage it. And if it turns on you, pull it out, and I'll get in behind it.
Wilco?
And vice versa. And if you take any damage at all, ever, if you ever get hit by anything, you just have to assume that they've got a shot on you and you have to move. So if you take any damage, like anything, even if it's the most minor hit, like just assume that someone's got a shot on you and you got to move. Yeah. Yeah, because you might not have enough time to think about it, like, oh, well, what happened? You'll be dead. Yeah, it'll be dead. One of these days, we're going to do an AVS fleet op from the Idris. We'll have like 20 Archimedes. We'll just launch. It'll be like Vipers from BSG. I do really want them to remodel the Archimedes, though. The nose is obnoxious.
What, you don't like only having 2/3 of a sight picture?
What's better for 2v2 PvP, Gladius or F7A? I'd say the Gladius is better than the 2v2. I mean, you can do really well with the Hornet, but I think ultimately the Gladius is the better platform. Vivier! Here we come! It's already 5:30, man. It's already 5:30.
While we're in a low moment, currently in-game, do pilots have different G tolerances in different directions?
Yes, so when you're pulling positive Gs, which means blood's coming from your head to your foot, then you have a lot of G tolerance. If you're pulling blood from your feet to your head, not so much, right?
Yeah.
So you have pretty much the same laterally as you do up and down, but if you pull negative Gs, you're gonna blow your head apart.
Yeah.
Why is there a hole in the Polaris? Oh, there we go. It's just not loading the texture.
Yeah, I have the same thing. If I don't zoom in, I have the same thing.
Right? It's like a little square.
Yeah.
That's really funny. I can see in front of us now. It's a TV. Yeah, that's right. That's funny, actually. It's a screen. All right. So once we land at Vivier, we'll just deploy and goof around. See who shows up to fight.
Kruger just shows up on the scene, designs the Archimedes and Merlin, and refuses to elaborate. And then
I know, eh? Like the 2 best fighters in the game, and then they just disappear. They're just like, nope. I'm like, what?
I've got 1 Gladius here at Vivier. Not red.
All right. Well, I'll shoot it.
Like it matters.
Serial number is ZF.
GF.
Yeah, we are landing in a few seconds.
The Freddy Krueger. Wow. Can't believe you done this. Said we have the papers said about orthostatic hypotension and G-force. Said Sensei, see STO, you see mastering the team, just passing by to leave my like. I have invited to the org every new player I meet because I know you guys are warm with them. I love your community. Aw, thanks, brother. I appreciate that. Don't say it too much. Got the people on. People start believing it. We gotta keep people assuming we're pieces of shit. All right, let me know we're at a total stop.
We are closing in right now. 20 kilometers to go.
You could probably just deploy us now, man.
Roger. Stopping.
Oh, hold easy there, Infrared. Wait for the full stop, otherwise you're gonna glitch out and get smoked.
Yep. Realized it as I was doing it.
Alright, deploying.
We are not yet stopped.
We're good. We deployed.
Now we have to stop.
Whoa! PDCs! I'm good.
PDCs off.
I'm good, I'm good, I'm good. Deploy. Ah!
Terrifying.
I've got 2 neutral glads on my radar here now.
Alright, let's head over to the station then. Who's, sorry, N-Rain does?
What, Mantis? You want the
no.
UD on?
Who's got eyes on these glads?
This is Werther and the Idris. There's 2 glads here.
Okay, close to the
see
Idris.
one Foxtrot pop
Oh,
up.
I see him. I see him. I see him. I see him. Oh, something's shooting at me.
Oh nope, that's a one of those new ones.
I see the target here. FP-6 is in a Guardian of some type, so I'm gonna engage that. Snubs. I love snubs. I love schnubs.
Interdiction on.
Schneeblies. Nice. I like how the Archimedes has the same turn rate on its side strafe as it does on its up and down.
Oh.
Interdiction needs to be on. They're getting away. They're out.
They're gone.
Yeah. Heading over.
Yeah, the sight
Yeah,
picture is...
N-Rain, your QED's not on, dude. Make
not?
sure your dampener is on. That you're not just charging.
WP?
ZF?
Oh, I'm definitely
Roger.
interdicting someone.
2 Gladii.
Yeah, I'm
Get
engaging.
someone on you, A1.
Yeah, I'm just engaging him here. ZF.
Yep,
Okay, going for ZF.
So your dampener is engaged and it's working?
I believe so. I've got a big red cloud that I can't see a damn thing.
All right, maybe it was just slow to tick over or something.
I see Whiskey Papa.
First Gladius down. WP. Gladius. Oh yeah. He wants the smoke.
Loco. Oh, whoa!
Be careful. I
nearly rammed me.
I just stripped his shields. Oh, dude, the Archimedes is so dominant. It's not even funny. Get lit, my little Gladius friend. Oh, what else is here? OD and a saber.
OO?
Oh, an OD and a saber. Or Q, DO, I don't know. Saber, OO.
Lucky call sign.
Pew, 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 pew.
Guardian's back.
Roger that. Oh yeah, I think interdiction's working now because he's trying to get out, I can tell. He's like, why can't I warp? Why
Guardian
can't I
50 clicks out.
Why can't I
200.
warp?
Oh, he did leave.
Go to sleep,
Oh,
go to sleep, go to sleep.
killed.
Alright. Nice.
You guys see that Guardian on radar bearing 200?
Searching.
14 clicks up.
I see a blade, ST. Blade
I
might
see
be
a
dangerous. I'm gonna deal with that blade then. Come on, boys.
Where's my buddy? ST, Loco. Oh, right, power.
Oh boy, that's a wiggly blade.
Coming up.
There we go. He's trying to get around me here. Not gonna work. Just make sure you keep them interdicted on the blade. Oh my gosh, dude. Oh, hey, 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 hey! Left, right, left, right, left, right.
Yeah, you got me. This thing is squirrely.
Yeah, this blade is particularly squirrely too. Just keep him interdicted. I almost got him here.
Bro.
Oh yeah, I'm on him. Where are you going, bro? We're not done yet. We're not done yet.
Got someone else. We got someone else around us. I got missiled.
Yeah, Guardian FP9.
Oh, howdy. He came back. Oh, he doesn't like me. Yeah, he does not like me. I'm
Oh, this blade is turning into a nugget. Oh, lag. Got him.
Guardian shield's down.
Yeah. FP Guardian.
Nope, he's still not off me.
The Guardian?
Something just shot me. I was coming back to him, but
Okay,
my frame rate's ass, so it's hard to assess the situation.
I'm on the Guardian. Oh, it's trying to run. No, 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 good sir. You have chosen death.
Treason it is then.
Treason. It's treason then. I like how the Archimedes has more DPS than the M50. Oh, that's a railgun shot! There we go!
Good
Tungsten
shot.
fridge for the win!
Tungsten fridge. It is the PDC. Okay.
Yeah,
Both of them.
That does feel good. It does.
Bonk!
Alright, how long do PDCs stay mad?
Forever.
No.
Yep. Just head back towards the OLP.
Alright, I'll drop dampener.
I thought dumbfire was still in, but the range to arm and warheads was increased. Yeah, but because it's 1,500 meters, you're just not going to be applying any dumbfires. Like, it just won't happen, you know? The only way to hit dumbfires from that range is if the ship is disabled, which means the fight's already over.
Straight Linus.
Straight Linus Maximus.
Who's on board the Idris with their own 50 right now?
Cat, it must have been your video. Yeah. I'm actually surprised my frames are as good as they are around Vivair.
Don't even want to look at my numbers.
Even on my potato, I'm getting 43 frames a second here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm streaming and I'm still getting 40.
Got a 9th Gen i5 and it's struggling. It's struggle bussing.
Struggle bussing. Why is there a Santok just sitting at the station here?
Alien Week.
Oh yeah.
I've got a new contact near the Idris AM02. Stand by. Oh, ZW, you got a couple of neutrals incoming.
I died.
Alright, where?
I think I hit an invisible strut.
Rip.
That's the way those party markers are
ZW,
really
yeah,
close.
I see ZW. I'm on ZW. Oh. Come on, Mr. ZW.
Pup, I took you on a half-mile walk and it destroyed you. You don't want another.
Polaris got a AM.
Did we
right
lose
in
our
front of
Mantis?
us.
You want me to shoot it?
Did we lose our
Go
Mantis?
for shot on ZW.
Touching down.
Did we lose our Mantis?
Nice.
Did we lose our Mantis?
Negative, I dropped
Okay.
the QD so we could maneuver
Oh.
QD on.
I'm on AM-0.
Yeah, we too.
I love how my target gets hidden inside my giant nose.
Fire run ready. Nice hits.
What are you guys? What are you guys hitting?
Down.
Oh, what's just shooting at me there? Was that the PDCs? Yeah, it must have been the PDCs. Oh no, it's a fighter. Oh, an Avenger Titan. Stalker. I'll just pull past this guy here.
AM02 is red.
Mm-hmm.
Nice hits on him.
He's not fighting back. He's just standing there.
Don't kill me, please. I'm innocent.
Second his part.
Any second now, we're gonna see a tungsten fridge go ripping past him. Oh, just missed.
Oh, I hit him on my screen, but decent.
Okay.
Oh, he's off.
Pew, 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 pew. There we go.
Nice, we got him.
Go sleep, go sleep, go sleep, go sleep. Good night, sweet prince.
Mr. Lock.
This is the best long distance dumbfire I've ever seen. 30 seconds.
Lock.
Idris Pilot, can you open?
Idris Pilot opening.
Oh, fuck.
God, I love that we have something we can land in.
Right?
Okay, red name WG, firing missiles.
Tell me when you're at 0 so I can get out.
Searching for
Firing
WG.
144.
It just stopped. Go.
We have incoming WG.
Plausible deniability is a good name. Oh, there's a Redeemer PL coming in as well. That deserves to get hit by a railgun. That'll probably die in one shot.
WG's
Stand
a
by.
nomad.
Yeah, he's a nomad. I'm on him.
Eyes on.
Okay,
2K
go
out.
for railgun shot.
If nothing else, you break into a cell and he's mobility killed.
Open fire on the Redeemer as soon as you can.
Yeah, we'll do.
Pop.
Trying to get a merch on him.
Oh, this Guardian wants some? Alright.
Yeah, I know, eh? This Guardian wants the smoke. Wants the smoke. Did you guys?
The Redeemer?
I want to see this railgun shot. I want to see this. I know it's coming. I know it's coming. It's coming. Oh, did you get it? One less Redeemer in the world. Bonk. All right, I'm on VJ here.
I think you're allowed to say that on YouTube.
Oh well.
Alright, VJ's time to die now.
Whoa. Whoa. Lag. What the fuck, man? Almost killed me too. So on my screen he stood still and I got behind him and then all of a sudden I like dropped to no health, almost died. Jesus Christ. I really wish PDCs would have a friend or foe system.
Yeah.
The PDCs are more of a threat to me than these fighters.
IFF seems bad in general. I don't get friendly tags for anyone. You guys are always red for me.
I know. Well, that Redeemer didn't last long. Alright, it's all good.
Who's shooting me?
PDCs.
Who dare?
Let's head closer to the the OLP here. Two Polaris, one
Roger,
torpedo.
Mantis retreating to OLP.
Avenger, shoot the awkward heady. I have to go anyway.
Shoot you?
Shoot me.
But why?
Do it!
Do it now!
But why?
Somebody say something about a shooting?
You're in an M50?
Hell yeah.
Can't believe you made me do this. Pew, 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 pew.
Oh, you're pretty hit though.
No, I'm fine. You're not gonna get me. Trust me.
I hope so.
Unless there's an issue with what's it called? Hit detection / like shield punch through, right?
Trying to match your barrel roll doesn't seem to work.
The Archimedes actually has a lower turn rate than the M50, so you're actually in a better spot in a fight in the M50 if you're.
Oh, so I should get real close to you then, huh?
Yeah, that's like the spot where the M50 is going to beat the Archimedes, but I can just pull mid-range at any time because I have much higher speed than you.
Yep, there it is.
All right, so the Arc does win the duel against the M50, but it's just one of those things, right, where it's just... Beep, beep, beep,
It's a tiny target too.
It's the size of a Tic Tac.
All right, GG, thanks for the invite.
I call it the stapler. The angry stapler. Anything around?
So one's a bow stitch and the other one is a swing line. Got it. Have you seen my stapler?
Have you seen my stapler?
I don't know. I hear they're all in use at the Switch 2 factory.
Wow.
Shots fired.
Nintendo
Shots
Switch.
fired.
All PDCs. Run away. Well,
All right, coming up on site.
think anything else is going to show up?
We have stuff on the ground, it seems.
Anything good?
I'm interdicting people on the ground. No TDA, no
A
TD5A.
Connie, a Valkyrie, a Cutlass.
Well, we might as well go sort it out. Go sort it out. Did you hear about Spaceballs 2 announcement? Oh no. I didn't know they were doing a documentary on Star Citizen.
For more money.
I said I didn't know they were doing a documentary on Star Citizen. Spaceballs 2.
We heading down. Sorry, I missed that.
Getting targeted by something.
Something behind. Yeah, looks like it's to your left. If I got your bearing right. The hell are you?
Oh, well, that was one way to do it.
Oh yeah, he's stealth.
I'm getting targeted
Good
again.
stealth. N.A. It's an Eclipse. Or no, that's a Saber Firebird.
Firebird?
Yeah, Firebird. Who's got eyes on
I
it?
see that.
Where is it? Where is it? Where is
I'm
it? Where is
on
it?
Infradine.
I'm not seeing him.
You're not getting away that easy, Dick.
Oh, I think I see him. I think I see him. I think I see him. Yeah, I see him.
Shield's
I see him. 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 I got eyes on him. Come here, you little son of a bitch.
Alright, I'm going for the Hail Mary.
I can chase him down at the Archimedes. Oh, I saw that shot just rip past him.
Doing that without a pip. I can't
There
even
we
see
go.
it.
Got him.
Alright, they're cleaned out.
Die, Firebird.
many-
Firebird's dead.
I lost too many frames and I hugged the moon.
Wow.
That was embarrassing.
Well, Firebird dead.
Yep. Oh, that was a crash to desktop.
Mm-hmm.
More stuff ahead.
Oh, shit. Oh, PDCs again. Bro.
Yeah, I'm sorry, we are under...
No, that's all good. That's why I was just curious as to like
down,
what was
yeah.
shooting at me. I mean, it hasn't
I
done
gotcha.
any damage to me. It's just one of those things, right?
Okay,
Oh,
coming
Starlancer's taking off.
Starlancer take... Oh,
KJ-8.
gunner transfer clock.
Oh, this is going to be a good railgun hit. Get him with the railgun, boys. Get him with the railgun.
I'm still looking. Can't
Come
see him.
on.
KJ,
He's
alright,
on
spotted.
Avenger 1,
Alright.
yep.
Going for it. Going for it.
KJ8. directly ahead of
Oh,
us.
I'm gonna get this. I'm gonna
Yep,
get
got
this.
him. Alright, here we go.
I'm gonna get this cinematic shot.
Dodging.
Come on, get him, get
He's
him,
going
get
to
him, get him,
nerf.
get him. Boom!
What?
He's alive!
He's alive.
Alright. Nah, that somehow did not kill him.
That's fine. Just hit him again. 2 rounds a minute. You got this.
Oh, PDCs. God damn.
Come on, try to keep him in camera frame here. Oh, there it is.
There we go.
He left. What?
Oh, I got something on me here. What is
Unknown
this?
NH. That is a Talon, it looks like, on you.
Yeah, I
Avenger.
see him. I see him. I see him.
In front of us.
NH, yeah, I see him.
Yes.
PDCs are shooting me.
off.
Please, please,
He will.
please,
Got him.
please. Yeah, as long as we have him interdicted, then I can finish him here.
Well, I crashed the desktop, so we don't have interdiction.
Oh
on
no,
now.
he's mad. God. Oh, did you hit him with a railgun?
Yeah, I got him with the railgun.
I saw that just from my nose. I saw like a little piece of the rail shot. Tungsten Fridge getting kills today.
God bless.
Alrighty. Well,
Alright,
well,
so
well.
I was flying decoupled in the Mantis. What are the chances I'm still alive?
Quite high. I mean,
Were you pointed towards the ground or pointed up?
No. I was kind of
Because you don't-
orbiting.
Yeah, you'll probably be
Because you
fine.
don't find the one planet in the parking lot.
probably be all right. Real meta is ejecting railgun. Yeah, christening the plausible deniability. Scratch those kills on the side of the ship.
That's
Pro,
something
you
I wanted to
wanna,
do with the Prowler. It's got all those doors. Just put someone with a Scourge in each one.
Wow.
Kraut, you want to send Krovik an invite?
Krovik. Depends
Yeah.
what you're paying. Give me a second. Sent.
Gracias, senor.
I see a 400i moving.
Where?
Oh, something else is on me here. SB. It is a Hornet. Oh yeah, come here, baby. Come here.
Eyes on the 400i.
Daddy's gonna get you. Daddy's gonna get you.
Mm. Food for the railgun. Mm-mm-mm.
Yeah, who's gonna get him first? Me or you?
Here we go. It's desyncing. It's like me.
Turn him here. Come on.
Ah.
Missed, and I got him. Good fight.
Attacking us. Interesting.
Yeah, I see that. You guys taking fire from...
Woke up at Grim.
What
It's a
is that?
400i.
He woke up at
All right,
Grim.
well,
Get him.
In the med bay.
that 400i.
BDCs.
Night of Drinking will do that.
Oh, what's this you're shooting at? Oh, the 400i. Oh, hit! Hit with the railgun.
Oh, he's sinking to the ground? No, he's just running.
He's trying to run, yep.
He's
There it
dead now.
is. Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep.
Casey's up.
Whee. Yeah, well, at least if I shake my booty around with a crime stat, people show up. So this is kind of fun. They come to us, and I'm in my Archimedes. I love my little Archimedes, dude. Such a fun little fighter. I love my schnub fighters.
Can I have a group invite?
Mm-hmm. Who's part lead?
If you send me a friend request, I can give you.
Mm-hmm.
A group invite.
Give me a sec.
I've got a spare glide in the hangar if anyone wants it if they're a bit too beat up.
I'm all right. For now.
Invite sent.
Thank you.
Not sure what that was I just took down, but let's see if the hole has any openings. This hole is closed.
I have a Fury on the ground.
Somebody in it, or just a empty?
I don't think so, but even if it's empty, better take it out before it gets manned. In front of us.
Two unknowns coming in. One's an Aurora, one's a Glaive. See them on radar.
Not seen.
Neutrals.
Signature name? Oh, I see the blade.
Only seeing radar at the
I see the
moment.
blade and the Aurora.
Blade. Okay.
I'm gonna drag him up to you guys.
Alright, going for it.
Yep, I'm just dragging the blade up. Yep, turning on the blade.
Three.
It's directly hovering in front of us.
Ah.
You saw it?
Yeah, I saw it.
I'll try get it. I think it's unmanned, but better be sure.
Give me guns.
Oh, sorry. There you go.
Alright, he's on.
Oh, he's glitching around. I can't hit him.
The tricky part with the blade here is, though, is his guns aren't lined up for me. So if he does shoot, I have to just assume that he has a shot on me, because I won't be able to see where his tracers are shooting from.
Current
Kill
target's
the
blade.
blade is definitely the primary target. Yeah.
Oh. Shot went right between his wings.
There we go. Killed the Aurora. Now I will be able to pull the blade.
Oh, the lag.
Yeah. Nice. You want to get a run on the blade? Be careful when it turns to you. Like, don't try to stand and bang with it, right?
Yeah.
I'm not sure if
he's on
it's...
me.
Yeah, he's... Okay, so just pull him out. Yeah, just pull flat. Okay, he's on me now. I'm going to pull him flat.
Roger.
There you go. I set him up for you. Okay, he's already turning around. I'm already back in on him. Can't see through the nose. Get switched to lead pip here.
Oh, I'm smoked.
Did he get you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright. These team fights may be a bit much for me until I upgrade my CPU. I know that's an excuse, but it's bad.
Oh, good. Just working this blade over here. Too risky to take a turn like that. No, no, bad idea. All he needs is one shot. Blade is extremely dangerous in this situation because it has such high alpha.
I'll say.
We get close to it.
Like, he just tapped my shield once and I have to fall back because it's just... Yeah, tap my shield
Still
again.
Archimedes, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, I have to be perfect. I cannot get hit. Like, so I have to really... Did you hit him with a railgun? Did it spin him?
I got him, but he flipped around.
He scratched him.
Let's see. Fighting the blade sucks, though, because they're such bullies, dude. Yeah, I just have to keep it flat. You just have, like, I just have to be really, really, really careful with how I engage the blade here. Because if I engage him while he has a shield advantage, then it's gonna come back to bite me. There we go. There's a rotation here. Well, he's going to try and get some distance here. I'm going to make sure I tap his shields down. Ah, he got me. Because, like, one hit, dude, that's all it takes. And I have to hit him, like, so many more times.
What happened?
The blade killed me. Yeah, I mean, it's the whole interceptor versus fighter tuning thing again, right? Like, interceptors really can't take duels. Like, yeah, it's pretty much a one-hit kill, right? So if he hits me once, one shot to take the shields down, one shot to kill, it's just, you know.
He killed you and flew out.
Yeah. GG.
Yeah, by the time I could tell he was hitting me, I was a cloud of smoke.
Yeah. Well, that's just, again, this is the whole thing with master modes. Like, you can be one of the best pilots in the game, but you can't scale the gap. You know, like, you can be a relatively okay blade pilot. The blade will beat the Archimedes every time. In a duel, it's almost impossible to take an interceptor that's designed for team fighting and beat a ship that's designed for dueling. You can't scale the gap, you know?
My favorite phrase is that kind of situation is Red Riding Hood has to be perfect every time. The Wolf only has to get lucky once.
Yeah, that's kind of what it is, right? And whereas in the previous model, like, that would have been much more of a fight, but now, like, it just, you know what I mean? Like, there's really not much you can do. So taking that fight is just, I mean, there's no reason I should have taken that fight in general, but I'm bored. I want to try, right? It's just that I can't, like, what the problem with flying an interceptor is, like, you can't take duels. Like, it's just, you can't do it. Because, like, that's not what the Archimedes is designed to do, right? And whereas previous models you could scale the gap, now it's just pointless, you know? I almost had him, but all he has to do is get lucky once. Okay, that is 6 o'clock. Perfect timing. Thank you so much, guys, for coming and supporting the stream. I'll drop you guys off on another streamer. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Appreciate all of you guys. So go say hi to Loken. And then we will see you guys. Yeah, see you guys tomorrow. Really appreciate you guys. Discord's always open, so come on by Discord. Thank you to all the folks that support the stream. It wouldn't be the same without you, so thank you so much. And thanks to all the folks that flew with me today. Appreciate y'all. I was Avenger 1 for the Empire.